When I was 10, I was hit and ran over by a car. I suffered a traumatic brain injury, a ruptured spleen, a broken tibia, a broken clavicle, and multiple skin graftings. For the traumatic brain injury, it affects my frontal temporal
There's no
lobe.
sound.
So that's depression, anxiety, emotion, all of my emotions. A lot of
You're
people
now
think that mental
streaming
health isn't
all of
really
us.
such a big deal, and oh, you have mental problems, like go to therapy, you'll be fine. But even when you go to therapy, I mean, you can't live in your therapist's office.
But I've muted
You go
YouTube.
through
I'm
daily
gonna mute
life, you
it.
have to see other people, you have to be around everybody.
Yeah, there we go.
A lot of different things in my life have gotten better because of the car accident. It's made me a stronger person, and I don't believe old Alexis would have, I mean, she was great and all, but this Alexis, I love her better. If you give donations to Children's Miracle Network, it's not about the money, it's about the love, and it's about the life that you're saving, so that that person can have love as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I can hear myself
for supporting Extra Life and what all you do for all the children.
I mean, not now, because I'm muted YouTube. Well, I was unmuted. I can hear myself talking. So I've got it both with the Extra Life page and the YouTube page pulled up, and there's a massive time difference between each one shows up. So if I'm only seeing you through the stream,
62 kids like me.
there's going to be like a 45-second to a minute delay. Right.
My name is Sean Gorey. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I want to change kids' health in university hospitals, Rainbow, Babies, and Children's, because I was treated there as a kid, and this is my way of giving back.
Kids can't wait.
To change kids' health means to fundraise by playing video games or tabletop games for these kids that are like not having the best time of their lives right now. They're, you know,
potentially
having to fight scary diseases, scary illnesses, some of them more rare than others, and we just do everything we can to help fundraise.
What's up, Extra Life? I'm so inspired to hear about all you're doing to help sick and injured kids treated in your local community, and the fact that you guys are playing games
I see one.
to help kids is it's amazing on many levels.
I don't know why I don't show up.
It's also making such a huge impact. So congrats on the millions of dollars raised today, and good luck with the rest of game day. And break a leg. Do you say break a leg when you're playing games? Probably not. That's more of an actor thing. Okay, just have fun.
I've clicked the watch later button.
My name's Eric Sears. I live in Ottawa and I'm treated at CHIA for type 1 diabetes. My favorite part of my children's hospital is the doctors, nurses, and educators. When I show up to my checkups, I get high fives and hugs, and they're so supportive. They're just awesome. Did you know that 62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute? That's a lot of kids.
I do think if we're speaking over the commercial, I can hear speaking over the commercial. Well, here, let me unmute. I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to unmute YouTube. You say something, and I'll tell you in a minute if I hear you.
My name is Defy, and I'm from the East Coast of Canada. And I want to change kids' health at the IWK Children's Hospital because as a father myself, I know they're always going to be there for me if and when I need them.
$10 million kids like me enter a CMN hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital when I was 9 years old for my miracle story. Happy to report that
I think it's just me.
On the up, and it's all because of gamers like you.
So I'll have to make sure I mute myself on Discord. I am saying something. Right. Yeah, I'll mute when you play a commercial. And if you want to talk, we'll just do it in chat. All right.
My name is Tara. I stream on Twitch, and I did Extra Life last year, and I raised $5,000 for Children's Hospital of Omaha.
Hello.
Was possibly premature thumbs up. Hello, everybody.
Hey, there's your face. All right, now I can see you. All right, so
I'm not eating food. That's
no.
not what I'm doing.
No, of course you aren't. Of course you aren't. You aren't eating food. You are sitting in a chair, working your jaw, practicing your jaw muscles. That's what you're doing.
I am. Yeah, I talk for a living.
They see. There you go. All right. I don't know what I do for a living. Put my phone back over here. So we are now live. We are now streaming. This is being recorded for future posterity, so we don't have to worry about that at least. And what else do we? Hey, Joe.
Hello, John.
How are you doing?
Actually, let's start there, because over the period of time I've known you, you have changed the term you would like people to use to refer to you by. So, officially, as of today, whatever day it is in January 2023, is it John?
John works. John is still what I go by amongst my friends and family.
Mm-hmm.
JT is still what I go by amongst not as close friends and family. And in the more, non-professional life, I guess you could say, if I'm doing, community theater, or if I'm doing gaming, or, something like that, JT works fine. And then professional, I go by Jonathan.
Jonathan.
So I am Jonathan at work.
That's impressive.
JT everywhere else, and if you know me well enough, you can call me John. But there's a very short list of people who can call me John.
What about Jimbo?
Why would I be called Jimbo?
I don't know. Let's go see if you can come up with the fourth category of situations in which you might have a different name.
Well, I mean, my kids can call me Dad.
That's fair.
So there we go. I do have... the kids wanted to say hi, so I will let them come say hi.
To the world! To the world, kids. To approximately nobody right now, but who knows on record?
That is why I'm willing to let them come say hi now. But again, it'll be recorded for posterity, but then I will also be removing... I might do another edited version as well, where I cut down and just do highlights. So we don't all this.
Obviously, this is going to make the highlight reel.
All this gay banter will be gone from the highlight reel. But enough of this gay banter. Oh, I hear feet and stomping. So kids must have got the message. Ugh. Look over here. Oh, we're still alone, so we can just talk about whatever we want. What do you want to talk about, Joe?
Is your hair going gray? I can't quite tell.
It is. It's going a little gray. Depends on the light, whether you can see it or not. See here. Get it up to there.
Yeah, just looks like you're getting... like nobody wants to see that, John.
Oh, everybody wants to see my hair.
Well, impossible your hair, not like a close-up of the top of your head. No.
Hey, Maddie. Come here. Okay, why do you have to make this difficult? You just come over and you say hi. Say hi, Joe.
Hello.
Say hi, people.
Say hi to the world.
She can't hear you because she ain't got a headphone in. Here you go. Say hello.
Hello. To the whole world, all the people out there. The thousands and thousands of admirers.
Oh yeah, hi.
Hi. Drew apparently does not want to be on camera.
Nope. Not at all.
He is quite happy to. You're the one who wants to be a YouTuber.
I'm not gonna do a face reveal.
Oh, he's not. Okay,
I'm gonna take the smart route because
smart kid.
Dream for all that time never revealed his face, so he never ended up actually, being unrelevant until he revealed his face, and then the relevancy disappeared.
Okay, so you're going to be a VTuber?
Hello. No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's a kitty.
Yes.
Timmy.
Little Timmy Tim.
Timmy. Hello, Timmy.
All right.
Bye. Come on, Timmy. Let's go.
All right, so that. Hopefully that got that out of their system and they won't be bugging me for the rest of the night.
That sounded like it was potentially adorable, but your sound suppression got out about 3/4 of it.
It was adorable.
Sounded like it was.
Yes, it was. I realized that we might have messed up, I might have messed up, and when I scheduled the stream on YouTube, I placed it for 7 o'clock, because that's what I've been saying, 7 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Eastern. YouTube, in its attempt to be helpful to me, was putting the time in my local time. So I was telling it 7 o'clock Central Time. So it's quite possible.
That just gives us an hour.
Yeah, it's quite possible. Well, I mean, I fixed it 30 minutes ago. Or I should say 30 minutes before we got on the call. So it's quite possible that there will be people showing up at 7 p.m. Central because I'm a doofus. But we do have somebody, so hello. I'm going to... But I still can't see participants.
I still just see you.
I know, I just still see me too. Anyway, I'm going to say welcome, welcome. And then maybe they'll chat so I can see who they are. If they're my wife, which is quite a possibility, then I'll just, we'll keep up with the gay banter.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it stores chat for very long because all of our earlier welcoming people is already done.
Well, it's still on mine. Do you have it set for top chat or live chat?
Top chat.
Switch it to live chat, and that should show everything. Oh, it is interesting to see the time delay between what we're recording and what's showing up on YouTube.
Yeah, the multiple version of time delays is particularly interesting.
Oh, yeah, I only have the two. I have the broadcasting software, and then I have YouTube's little preview window, and that's it. I'm not going to try and add on a third. Well, I guess third with your face cam on Discord, and then So I have 3 versions of you I'm looking at, and 2 of them are pretty much in line with each other. The Discord and the OBS are pretty much in sync. Hello, Timmy. Is there something you would like? You want scritches? Would you like scritches, Timmy? Yeah. Oh, now he wants scritches. Yeah, of course. Any other time
Okay,
he runs away.
Everyone watching at home, that is the cat, not one of his children, back wanting scritches.
No, they want scritches too. But yeah, you are right. It is the cat in this instance. Alrighty. So what do we got here? Okay, so before we even went live, we hit our first milestone of $100. Over $100. I won't count. Well, okay. I mean, I threw in the first 20 because, you know, what good is it raising money if I'm not going to throw in a little bit of my own? And then we had a couple donations from Bruce and Nick, and then you've chucked in a little bit, and that put us over 100. So we're starting off already a fifth of the way. I actually didn't see how much you donated, actually. I'm going to be... Ooh, what did you donate? I can't see. Oh, OBS, you need to just go away. There we go. Oh, okay, so we're at 140. Something, right? 145, yeah.
145. And there is a delay between when somebody donates and it shows up, so...
fair enough.
We could have people donating and then, like, we'd be like, we don't know.
Fair enough. Well... I think I get a text almost immediately, so...
Yes, I did hear a text on your phone before you remembered to mute it.
Yeah.
When I donated.
Maybe I'll turn the phone back on and so I can hear the dings.
And then I can text you.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm not going to turn the phone on. I'm just going to... I'll have it there. It's on vibrate, so it'll at least vibrate the desk, and I can... And then that will interrupt the microphone. Yay!
So I'm going to start us on a non-gaming topic, since we're going to be talking about gaming for a while.
Yes, go ahead.
Podcasts.
Oh, yes. They exist. I do one.
Not counting the one you do, what is the podcast you've been listening to most recently that you've enjoyed listening to?
Most recently... That's kind of a challenge, because usually what I've been listening to has been either Spotify music or audiobooks or short YouTube, well, I can't say short, long form YouTube videos like video essays, but I just usually listen to them. I don't know if there's a podcast I've been listening to recently. Honestly.
All right, we'll throw the net a little wider.
Yeah, make it
a podcast that you've listened to.
Ever? Okay, well, I mean, I used to listen to...
Ever, John, ever.
I used to listen to Welcome to Night Vale. That was one.
I never could get into Welcome to Night Vale.
I definitely enjoyed the first, maybe 2 or 3 seasons, 2 or 3 years of it. But then it just kind of, I fell out. I couldn't stay into it. But I definitely enjoyed it. I would definitely recommend anyone who enjoys weirdness and comedy at least listen to the first 2 or 3 years of Welcome to Night Vale.
So we listened to, I want to say, the first 2 or 3 episodes. So most of my podcast listening is either on getting ready to go to work, and I work from home, so I'm not going anywhere, but getting ready for the day in the morning, or on long drives. And we tried to listen to it on a long drive, and it was just a little too melodic.
I could see that. The thing
it required a little bit too much concentration at the same time.
I would say the early episodes very much, but I'd say halfway through that first year they hit their stride. Because I definitely get the first few episodes were them testing things out, trying it out. After, I'd say I'd say a good 5, because it was a monthly podcast, if I'm not mistaken. So I think after about 6 or 7 episodes in, they really started to hit their stride. And it was actually, amusing and fun. The first, I don't know why, but the first episode hit me. It hooked me when he's talking about the lights above the Burger King, and it goes, "The future is here, and it's 30 feet above the Burger King, or above the Arby's." And just that line was so absurdly funny. I was addicted. It was just like, okay, they have my sense of humor.
That's fair. Maybe I wasn't expecting it to be funny.
Oh yeah, it is. It is definitely tongue in cheek.
Well, it definitely came off tongue in cheek, but like more in that like we're tongue in cheek because I don't even know if they're British, but it sort of had that we're tongue in cheek because we're British thing, and not because we're trying to do a thing.
I think they're out of New York.
Nah, fair enough. No, well, it's definitely. I know a lot of people really like it, so it's definitely on my list to give another shot to. But
yeah, I would advise it.
I suspect I'm going to have to find a different setting, context in which to listen to that particular podcast.
Yeah, I listened to it primarily whenever I was driving back and forth from like here to Memphis. I think I discovered it right as I moved back from Memphis, but I was still having to come up there to drop off stuff and stuff like that.
That's a good 3-ish hour drive, right?
Yeah, 3.5. So yeah, it was a good time to get a couple episodes in, both ways.
Yeah, I mean the thing it was competing with temporarily when we were listening to it was Tannis. If you're not listening to Tannis, I definitely would recommend it. It's one of the Pacific. Crap, I forget the name of their studio. Major props to that studio. Completely forget your name. They did the Black Tapes, Tannis, Rabbits.
Okay.
All of which are very good. Tannis, of course, is a almost very traditional Cthulhian story. And so it is similarly weird and bizarre, but not at all funny. And so I think I was popping over from that. It's like I was taking everything a little too seriously.
Yeah, that I could see that because honestly, I think Welcome to Night Vale is something very much along the lines of DarkCon or Bureau 13. It is modern supernatural horror. with the question mark, because it is. I mean, there's certainly some horrible things, but they handle it. This is a town where the horrific happens every day, so it's blasé to them. But that's what makes it funny, is just except for the street cleaning day. You do not want to be outside on street cleaning day. You run, you hide, you lock your doors. It's street cleaning day. You do not do. I enjoyed it. Like I said, I enjoyed it. I just kind of fell out after a few years. Oh, I want to say I made it to year 4 or 5, and I just kind of fell out. And
they're still going too, right?
I believe so. I really don't know. I'm going to look that up now that you make me question it. Welcome to Night Vale. Is it still around?
Now, you have the light of God upon you now.
Yes, because I have a white screen on now. Oh, it's a bi-weekly podcast, or maybe it's bi-weekly now.
And I'm now frozen looking sad.
Oh no, why are you frozen looking sad?
I think when you switch off the screen, my video is just like... you can switch right now and I'll just be here forever going.
Well, that'll be amusing. We'll get some comedy out of that. Looks like it's still going. I don't know, maybe I'll pick it back up and... Maybe I can pick it back up and enjoy it myself again. Alright, how do I make this go away? There we go. Alright. And we go. And I want your face back so I can... Hey, hi Joe. Alright. So, I guess we've got Yeah, it's about 20 minutes after. We've done with the silly 20 minutes of waiting and letting people join. I think, like I said, I think most people, unfortunately...
Is that what we were doing?
Yes, that's what we were doing.
We were killing time.
We were killing time because I misscheduled the thing on YouTube and set it for an hour after I meant it to. So people who signed on to the page probably saw the... They probably don't even have the notification on. I don't know. They might not. Who knows? Either way, I don't care. Let's talk. Let's talk about...
Well, so... Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
I've got a thing, but if you've got a thing...
Well, I was just going to say that, you know, we're doing this to raise money for Extra Life. I thought up this idea. I wanted to have a little Q&A because it's been how long now since we've... It's been almost 8 years? 9 years? Since we ran our last DarkCon?
I feel like we're coming up on a decade, but I don't know how close we are.
It's not quite 10 years, but it is approaching, I think.
It being DarkCon, we do tend to do things around decades. Just saying.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
Our last game was a decade of something. I don't remember if it was definitely not since the game was created. It was since we purchased the company. Our 10th game, is that what it was? There's a 10 in there.
I don't think so. It could have been. I don't remember. I don't know. Either way, I figured it'd be a good time to sit and talk about our experiences running the game, playing in the game before we started running it, things we learned running it, things we've learned since running it, and all that wonderful jazz, and maybe... You know, milk some money, some donations for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals while we're at it. So that's why we're here.
So why don't you, because I have only been peripherally aware of the things you've been doing for quite a while with Extra Life, aware of what Extra Life is and how it was formed and how you got involved.
Oh, wow. You're asking for history I didn't prepare for. I can tell you some of it. I can tell you.
Hold on. You didn't tell me we were preparing for things, John.
Exactly. That's why I'm so shocked you would ask a question like that. All right. So, Extra Life is a charity organization and event, but the organization is called Extra Life. It raises money for the Children's Miracle Network Hospital. So, like, Children's of Alabama is the one I'm specifically raising money for. But, you know, hospitals all over the nation, they're the children's hospitals. I mean, that's what these are. These children's hospitals. And typically, most Extra Life fundraisers, the idea is you play games. You play games for a day, usually a 24-hour marathon. And people, it's that standard, hey, I'll play games for a day if you'll donate money to Extra Life. It's, you know, it's a marathon. What is the actual other term for that? Not a marathon, a charity...
Charity run race? Yeah, usually you get pledges for the number of miles you're going to run.
There's that, but then there's also...
X number of...
There's also the one where, like, you know, you just entertain people for an hour and beg money the entire, or, you know, for a night, or, you know, what was that? What Jerry Lewis used to do, though, a lot.
Not a telethon,
Well, actually, telethon, yeah, I think that's actually it. It's just, you know, we don't use telephones to donate anymore. You just go to our webpage. So that's the idea behind that. But I am old. I have kids. The idea of me trying to do a 24-hour gaming marathon or telethon, that's just not going to happen. That's just not going to happen. So instead, I thought about doing what I had done years ago with our buddy Mike. Mike Rowe and I, was it almost 4 years ago? No, more than that. Maybe not. Maybe 6 years ago. Some time ago, maybe yeah, it might have been 2014 or something like that. Some time ago, we agreed we were going to do it, and we ended up hosting a couple of days of board gaming out of a comic book and gaming shop out of Memphis. And so for 2 12-hour shifts, basically, we hosted board gaming and got donations, and we hosted little events during the thing, little vote on who you think would win in a fight, Captain Malcolm Reynolds or Captain Kirk, and stuff like that, and donate $1 to put your vote in and that kind of stuff, and auctions and stuff like that. So we had a lot of fun, and it was a lot of fun to do that, and I had a lot of fun raising money for kids. I have definitely found the joy of community service, and without having to break a law to do it. So I've always wanted to come back and do another Extra Life event since then, and I've tried a couple times, but things didn't usually work out. Again, kids. And so this year I decided I'm going to do something, but I can't guarantee even a half a day. So instead, I'm going to try and do one event every month at the very least, even if it's just me and the girls playing Minecraft for a night, or me having a discussion with my buddy Joe about DarkCon or whatever. So that's the idea behind this, is we get together, or I'm going to put together something once a month throughout the year and see how much money I can raise. That way I don't have to try and bust my butt trying to do it all in one day or 2 days.
Yeah, so if this isn't your cup of tea, come back in about a month and watch JT play Minecraft with his daughter.
Yeah, or play Stellaris as the Oppenheimer Directorate, or any of the other games. Death Stranding as Norman Reedus and his fetus. I just love saying that. It's so much fun. And they've announced Death Stranding too. Norman Reedus don't have his fetus no more, so I don't know what's going to happen.
Hey, spoilers. I know we're way past...
If you've seen the trailer, I'm sorry. If you've seen the trailer...
I've not seen the trailer.
Well, then go see the trailer.
Spoilers.
I'm sorry, you can't spoil a trailer.
Can?
No, you
Those
can't.
of us that attempt to avoid them. This is an unavoidable... I mean, I could have told you no. But now you have me captive for the next 3.5 hours.
Okay, let me tell you what happens at the end of this Death Stranding. Because you're playing that right now, aren't you? I'm playing it again, but you mentioned you were also playing it again, or for the first time.
Yes, for the first time, and I'm probably, I don't even know how far in I am. I'm at Lake Knot City. I've made it past Lake Knot City. I'm in that area, the western area.
Okay.
So Lake Knot City is the first place you're at.
Okay, I know where you are.
The second zone.
Most of the game takes place in that second zone. I mean, I'd say a good 3/4, if not more, of the game takes place in that zone. So yeah, you're just starting.
It could be almost done or just starting.
You're just starting.
Well, I mean, I've been there for a while. I've gotten there. I've hooked up all the things. I've made my interstate down to the distribution center down below.
Oh, okay.
Hooked in the preppers.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, then you're just starting.
Trying not to ruin the game for anybody else who hasn't played it. But those are the things I've done.
Okay, I see now. You're just starting.
Yeah. Okay.
No. Yeah, I'd say you're maybe a quarter of the way through. I don't know. It depends,
because it feels like I should be.
It's one of those games that if you do everything you could possibly do, it will take you forever. Like just building the roads, rebuilding all the roads is what I've been doing, and I finally, after a week of rebuilding roads, I've gotten tired and I'm moving on towards the end game. But I could have probably gone through towards the end game a week ago.
Yeah.
So it can be a short game.
Roads are fun. It feels like I should be about a quarter of the way through, like for an appropriate game length. Because Because, yeah, I feel like we're just sort of in the meat of the story. We're just finding out kind of what's going on. There's been no twists yet.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a moment where everything is not what you expected it to be, kind of.
You got a while. But, yeah.
Yeah.
No, okay, never mind. I was going to ask other questions, but nah, you got a while. Enjoy the mountains. That's all I'll say.
Oh, yeah, I haven't made it to the mountains yet.
Oh, no, that's
I can
fun.
see them.
Snow. You get to hike through the snow.
That's fun.
Oh, yeah.
I've got to say, so and this, of course, is obviously incredibly relevant to our proposed topic of conversation. From a game design perspective, it definitely has impressed me from the perspective of, like, if you're going to make a game about walking, you've got to come up with game mechanics around walking.
Yep.
And that would seem to be like, for a lot of people, they would just be like, you can't come up with game mechanics around walking, you just walk, right? And, you know, it's pretty impressive. There's a decent amount of mechanic and gameplay depth that comes into moving from point A to point B.
With a heavy load. I think that's the key part of it. Because
not even just a heavy load. Like, you get a heavy load, you get a light load. I mean, agreed. If you have no load whatsoever, it is relatively simple to move around. But yeah, the whole, like, you can hold on to this thing or hold on to that thing, and you've got to shift your weight around.
Yeah, you got
if
to
you
maintain
start
your
slipping,
balance.
you've got to catch yourself real quick. Like, you know, you can do that even without a load. You can slip on a rock.
Yeah.
Start to fall.
And as you progress, you do, as you get more and more likes and progress in your ratings, you do get better balance and all that kind of stuff. So there's a progression system as well. You level up,
which is crazy. Yes. Yes. So I will have to say, I do find that from a mechanical design perspective, being a person who has occasionally in my life needed to design mechanics, had the pleasure of designing mechanics. That was impressive.
The pleasure, that's what you called it, okay. The pleasure, right. Sure, I'm sure you enjoyed it. You had lots of fun. All right. So, fair enough. So, should we talk about what your job is now, or do we need to just... You have a job.
I mean, we can say that I have a full-time job working in the gaming industry, and that my full-time job working in the gaming industry has a very serious non-compete agreement, moonlighting thing.
Yeah.
So we're not mentioning them just because I'm not here representing them, and if I mentioned them, we'd have to do all kinds of funky things to make sure it's very obvious that I'm not representing them. So the simplest thing is just not to mention who it is, because then I can't possibly be representing.
Right. You're just a dude who works in the industry.
I'm a dude talking to a dude about things.
About games and gaming.
Yes. But of probably more interest to anybody who actually is going to show up and listen to this, unless this is just going to be up on YouTube forever, right? People can just sort of...
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'll probably... I'm probably going to only put up... I'll post highlights later. This full stream will probably be up there. I don't know if I'll delist it or not. But yeah, there will be highlights for the people who actually are interested in specific things. So we can talk about specific things.
It's like 100 years from now, there could be, a random data miner that pulls this up and it's like, hey, look at these guys. They talked about stuff.
I assume if YouTube's even around or the data is still around in 100 years. Who knows? Google might just go... and then no more Google.
I still think the data would be there. We can talk about tech as well.
Yeah.
While I can't talk about my current job, we can say that most of the rest of my career has been in technology. So we can talk about tech industry things if we get tired about talking about games. And the juxtaposition of the two.
Fair enough. Alright, let's take a look at something real quick here. No, I am still the only participant in the chat somehow. And yet we have 3
and
viewers.
I'm quadruple participating in it.
Interesting.
Oh, I might be the second viewer.
That's what I thought.
I do have it both on the fundraiser page, on the YouTube page. And you presumably are one from earlier.
Actually, no, I'm not. I shouldn't be.
Oh, well, there you go. We do have a viewer. Hello, viewer.
If you will let us know who you are, then we'll know what we can or cannot talk about. Or what I need to.
Or feel free to stay anonymous.
Yeah, free. Although if you donate and give money, I will answer your question quicker. Joe will not. Joe will just stare at you.
That might be an incentive to give money. That way, I don't answer your question. Just stare.
Just stare. All right. So, let's see here. We're about 30 minutes in. We've done more than enough of the wandering and talking, and let's talk about gaming. Like, really talk about it, not just talk about what we've been doing. Let's talk about how we got into this mess.
This mess being DarkCon?
Yes.
The penultimate mess.
The mess that keeps on giving. I still have nightmares. The showing up at Dragon Con with no game ready nightmares. Now, granted, they're further and farther between now, but
mine are. I'm not doing a game, but like some subset of the rest of you have decided that you're going to do a game without me, and you start your plot. Either you have a plot or you don't have a plot. Either you have cards or you don't have a card. But you don't have all the things. You've got like some subset of the stuff, and you've decided to show up without me to the convention. But I'm at the convention anyways. Like I'm just gonna like be there hanging out.
Oh, you wanted to watch the world burn.
Well, no, I was already going, so it was weird that anyway, and so I decided to swing by to see how things are going, and they're not, because you either don't have a plot or you don't have the cards or you didn't collate correctly. There are no character packs. Like something horrible is missing, and I have to just work for 96 hours straight to try to get everything back together. And yeah, that's my reoccurring DarkCon nightmare.
You get roped.
I get that one about maybe once a month, once every other month.
You get roped into fixing our mess.
Yeah, that's mine.
Fair enough.
And it's the complete opposite. I mean, if you want to talk about how we got here, we'll talk. I guess I'll skip past us playing DarkCon. We can come back to that in a minute. But to be clear, I was the one roping everybody in.
This is true. This is true.
It's not the other way around.
No.
Yeah, no, it was. We can start from the playing side. That's probably the more interesting way to start the story.
Who called me up one day and said, I'm thinking about buying DarkCon. Oh, well.
So, to go back to the beginning, I do believe both you were the reason I went to Dragon Con in the first place, and also the one who wanted to play DarkCon. Because you'd gone the year before, and you'd played, and you thought you would have a significantly better time. I think that's why you wanted me to go to Dragon Con in the first place. You thought you'd have a significantly better time if there was somebody you knew you could play with.
Well, yeah, and was I wrong?
No.
Convention is always more fun with friends.
How old were we at this point? 14, 15?
Oh, probably, yeah. Probably I was 15. Probably you were 14 or 13 or something like that, yeah.
Because this was pre me going down to Memphis.
Oh, yeah. This was...
Because we kept going, obviously. After
Memphis, this was... you meant Mobile, yeah. Yeah, this was definitely before you went to Mobile.
Right.
Oh, my squeaky chair. Excuse my squeaky chair.
Mine's very squeaky.
Oh, yes, it is. We'll have a little squeaky chair orchestra. Okay. So, yeah, okay, so, yes, it was my fault that you started playing DarkCon and going to DragonCon. But it's your...
What do you remember about that? What do you remember about that?
I mean, honestly,
when you did by yourself?
the one I went by myself, I don't remember nothing. I think I went in, and that was when it was the original creators of the game. And I think the one I specifically talked to was Linda. And she's telling me the game, and I go, well, I'm kind of, I mentioned that, well, the game I'm more familiar with in this kind of genre, the modern paranormal, is Bureau 13. And she goes, okay, well, there's, I have one character who's very much like the character from, and as I realized later, from the novels by Nick Pallotta. But it was an OTS mage, an occult troubleshooter mage. And
it's not terribly different. There are some surface level similarities there.
Oh yeah.
And also impressive that she knew even the books.
Yeah. So yeah, and that was the thing, is like that's what got me started. I think I played I wandered around DragonCon with my badge on, or in the gaming area with my badge on, for about 2 hours. And then I just quit and never came back. So that's why I thought, you know what, if I have a friend...
had such a good time, you wanted to come back again.
Well, I recognized that there was potential here, but I was again, this was when I was like, at this point I was maybe 15. I was afraid. I was scared. I didn't want to talk to nobody. So I figured if I had a friend and we could work together, we'd, bravery in numbers. So that's why I wanted you to come just to have fun, to be my friend and to have fun, and then maybe play this game with me. That's where it
Oh, the tangled web we weave.
Mm-hmm.
This was 94?
93 or 94, maybe, yeah. It was fairly soon after DarkCon even started running. I think we did the math sometime back, and I think I saw not the first game, but like the second game ever being played at DragonCon. And then I played that one mage maybe in the third or fourth ever.
We have done this math. We have been responsible for doing this math. By math, I mean putting together the timeline of DarkCon games.
Yeah.
The next year that I played was the Pod People.
Right.
I think. Or was that our second game? AI. The AI game was my first game. The Pod People is my second.
Yeah, the AI game was our
the
first.
year before the AI game.
And I have no memory of what that plot even was.
Right. But I mean, we collectively, skipping ahead many years into the story, are aware of what that plotline was.
Well, I still don't.
But that was also 10 years later now, so
yeah. Well, I did know what that plotline was at some point in the past 10 years.
We are also pushing 30 years ago, not 40 years ago, 30 years ago.
Yeah, the actual event was like 30 years ago, so...
Terrifying.
Don't even remind me. I'm old!
So that first year that we both played, was it that year? I don't remember, because the Pod People year I remember specifically because I got turned into a pod person.
Right, and I saw you getting turned into a pod person from across the hotel and killed you. Or tried to kill you.
And I tried to convince you that I had not been turned into a pod person. And that didn't work, and you tried to kill me, and I killed you easily.
Yes. I didn't realize how easy a pod person could kill a lonely little follower of the angel.
But no, the first year, I don't remember us accomplishing much except for falling in with the Men in Black.
Yeah, I think so. No, that was pod person year.
That was pod person year?
That was pod person year.
Because it wasn't a pod person at the point where we started talking to Men in Black people. Was there a way to?
No, that was early on. That was early on. I kind of remember that because we went and we did the AI thing, and we had a bit of fun. But I think we both
got killed by some creature with speed, like the first night.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah. And so we came back the next year, and we went in with the plan of we were going to group up, as opposed to what we would later ask people to do is, pick a group ahead of time and join the group as a group. We've decided we were just going to buy a couple of characters and then decide they were a group, no matter what they were. So, yeah. I can't remember what you were. I remember I was a Mr. Jericho follower, which...
Right.
It wasn't Mr. Jericho.
It was somewhere around.
It was just a follower.
Right, you're Mr. Jericho. I remember Mr. Jericho.
He's an angel, I tell you.
But it was somewhere around there where we had our idea for Order of the Eye.
Shortly after that year, I think. We saw the power of groups. We saw the power of organizations.
It definitely was the second year, the pod people year, because the next year we wrote all of it up. We wrote up, this is what Order of the Eye would look like. This is this group. We would love to run it. We contacted the owners. They didn't. Sorry, I dropped a note here.
That's all right.
You can cut that out, right?
Oh, I'm not cutting anything out. No.
We sent it and we're like, hey, we would love to run this thing. And they're like, hey, that looks really interesting, and we're not running the game ever again.
Well, that's not quite true. That's not quite true. We wrote it up, and the original form of it was a mundane human spy agency, for lack of a better term, information broker, agency. But that we already kind of knew that they were going to be like the antithesis to the Men in Black. The Men in Black were about controlling information and hiding it. This group was about obtaining information and selling it to the right bidder. Sharing it to the right.
I think we got the selling it later, but I think it was a core piece. We wanted them to disseminate information. We wanted them to be information dissemination sources.
I say brokers, but I think because I think they were definitely an evil group. I think it was about gaining power. I think information is power was what was.
It was, and it was about manipulating events via the dissemination of information.
Okay, fair
enough. The making money part of it, I think, was like a side hustle and sort of a reason to present to the world on why they were doing this thing. But
when I say selling information, I don't necessarily mean for cash. I mean for favors.
Well, even then, that wasn't the important bit. It was like telling your enemy what your plan is so that your plan would fail, and being able to manipulate events in that way by strategically releasing information.
Fair enough. But so then, we presented it to John and Mark, and the next year was the year they didn't run.
Oh no!
And they had a
Was it?
Yeah, that was where.
It was the year I was. Oh no! I remember. Okay, yeah, keep it.
Yeah, so there was they didn't run it that year. I think that was after your year as. I can't remember now. But anyway, that was because there was a year you did EFP without me. I can't remember if it was before that or after.
This was later because the next year they didn't run a game. The year after that, I got sick, and that was the first year that Benji and company.
Okay.
Luchin, and I'm going to forget people's names, and we'll edit them in later because that you're going to edit.
Yeah, not editing in nothing, but don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's been years.
Luchin and all the people.
Martin.
You should know. I know everybody who was involved.
I don't either. I knew Benji and Thomas and Zandy.
Not the Thomas I'm thinking of, but the other Thomas.
Yeah. But anyway, okay. So going back to the timeline.
So I was sick that year.
So anyway, going back into the timeline.
You played without me.
Well, even further back than that. So we submit the Order of the Eye to John and Mark. That next year they didn't run a game, but they had a meet and greet so they could talk about it. And it was at that meet and greet, as the meet and greet was over, I went up and I said, "Hey, did you get our entry for the Order of the Eye?" And he said, "Yes, we like it, but there's only one thing we want to change. Can we make it like extra dimensional or something like that?" And so that's where the idea of it being a set of extra dimensional aliens trying to manipulate events across the multiverse came from.
Yeah, that settled out the plot line, I think, a lot better, because then it was we wanted them to be true neutral.
Yeah.
In the sense that they were trying to balance good and evil. And so they were still manipulating events and trying to have things come out in a particular way.
Mm-hmm.
But their goal was to make sure that neither good nor evil got too strong by strategically using information to keep things in balance.
And I think because
and then we
at the time we both had recently or within the past few years read what was it? What gave us the idea of the balancing? Because the idea was that they had I don't remember. The idea was
definitely a major theme, but
yeah, their homeworld had their homeworld had the side of good completely win, and it completely stagnated their culture and society. And one person had seen that and had gone out into the multiverse and saw the same thing play out. If either good or evil completely won, things just stagnated and eventually would just slowly die out. So that's when he decided this is what we need to do. We need to make sure that neither side ever wins completely. There's always needs to be both good and evil, and we are going to use the information brokerage to do it.
Yes. Yeah, the greatest evil in that can occur is the evil of stagnation. And yeah, so it's like somebody got a dimensional key, a bit of technology that let them travel through the multiverse, across dimensions, and gone to other dimensions, observed a place where good and evil had not went out, and it was still a dynamic place. And he was just like, well, we're supposed to be this place where everybody's good, but I see better good there than I see
there's
here.
I actually see real goodness here because people are actually choosing to do good despite evil, while back home it's like, well, everybody's good. What's the choice?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So they were altruistic neutral people. They were wanting to maintain the balance for altruistic reasons.
They were good, but
they were good.
All of their actions were neutral. They were the classic, for the greater good.
Right. And I have to throw out here for anybody that runs into this group in many later years, that piece no longer was true.
See, I don't remember.
When we were no longer involved in the sort of conceptualization, and I know you wanted to talk about OGL, and this could be something we segue to later, but I think whenever you take an idea and you put it out there and you actually in this case literally give it to someone else to go implement and be part of their game, it definitely takes on a different life, and it has to become something that is useful not just for you but for the game. And so Order of the Eye, as it actually got introduced in DarkCon many years later, very different conceptually than what we're describing right now.
This is true, because when we actually did play them as the men in khaki, because we were still holding to the idea that we were the opposite of the men in black.
Yes.
We were aliens who gathered and distributed information. But
well, I definitely want to touch on the men in khaki thing, because I still think it is one of those flash of brilliance things.
It was brilliant. Oh God, that was so brilliant.
Occasionally. And it's a thing. Like I feel like more people, if they grasp the concept, like it would be like their geek. Well, anyway, I'm not going to hype it up too much. The point being that we were looking at DarkCon. This was at this point, jumping ahead a little bit. This is past the year I was sick, past the year where I potentially played without you. It is the year after that.
Yeah, this would have been like 99, maybe 98.
Right. So the 4th or 5th year we've played the game, and we've pulled in more people.
This is far beyond 4th or 5th year, but
more and more people.
Yes, we've gotten. By this point, we had Nick, we had Little Benji.
Yes, Little Benji.
It's still Big Benji and Little Benji in my head.
That's fair. And Kim was there.
Sorry.
So we had 5 of us.
I think at that point, maybe.
Yeah, so we had a good group of 5. I knew with a group of 5 people, like you've got like a substantial group. Like a group of 5 people walk into a room, and you're going to notice something with 5 different people there.
Especially in our game. That's a party. That's a D&D party.
Exactly. And we knew we wanted to stand out because we needed, for the whole information broker thing, we needed people to know that we existed. But at the same time, we're supposed to be very covert. So we were trying to figure out a way to be standing out in our covertness. It occurred to us that go ahead.
No, I mean that's about It was, we wanted people to recognize us as a group, but not recognize us as a threatening group. Because being in a group would already be threatening in this game. Already having a team is already a bit of a threat in DarkCon at that time. So that we wanted to. We're not the Men in Black with the intimidating all black and shades. We're not, the evil for fun and profit with the capes and the devil horns and all that. So no, we're just dudes. We're the men in khaki.
Well, for me, I didn't care if people found this threatening. Like, some amount of being threatening was useful because it gives defense.
Yeah.
Which at that particular point in the game, again, was important.
Well,
we were not actually particularly strong combatants. And I think I got killed as the leader of the Order of the Eye. I was completely killed the following year, the second year we played them. It was fine. Like, actually, it made my job a lot easier to be bad as a ghost. But no, so for me, it was not about trying to appear non-threatening. It was just I knew we all needed to have the same outfit. We should all look the same.
And there was also
that's how people would tell we were part of a group.
And there was also the storyline element to it as well. We were aliens. We were visiting from another dimension. So we looked at this world and we said, all right, what's the most generic clothes we can use to blend into this world? Not really thinking about the fact that if all 5 of us are wearing the exact same clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. And so that was I think it was trying to say too many things at the same time. That is why I think it was one of those brilliant flashes, because it was like we're describing the steps that we went through mentally as we're talking about this right now. But it was just like all of a sudden it was like, well, what should we do? Oh, we should all dress in khakis and white shirts.
Yeah, it was the idea came, and then we sort of rationalized it after the fact. It was like, why is that? Yeah. Why do we want to do that? Oh, here.
And I can only speak for myself. Like, the whole reason was there. Like, the whole thing fully formed, popped in my head. It was like, yeah, we should wear khakis and white shirts because we need to be obviously a group. And so we should all be wearing the same thing in a uniform. But the uniform wouldn't make a lot of sense. And because they're coming from a different dimension, they're going to be scanning the planet, trying to find what the most common outfit is. The most common outfit is going to be khakis and white shirts. So our uniform is khakis and white shirts.
Yeah. I think when I heard it, when you suggested it, I was like, my only pushback against it was for a brief moment, because my fashion sense at that time, and still to this day, khakis? Well, I don't have any khakis. Of course, now I have tons of khakis for work, but I don't wear them outside of work. So, yeah, the idea of Khakis and
that was
white
the
shirt?
tertiary reason why we stood out, is because nobody wore khakis and a white shirt to DragonCon.
No one. No one.
Definitely stuck out like a sore thumb.
I think I did later when I was playing Bo Cocky, but that that was later, and even then I don't think I went with the khakis. I think just regular dress pants. But yeah, that was. You want to stand out at DragonCon, dress normal. And that's.
Well, I think oddly enough, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, being a child of the '90s, we are conforming non-conformists. That's the right way to put it. We're all attempting not to conform,
and we're all not conforming the exact same way.
Yes, like there's peer pressure not to conform.
You need to not conform. Let me show you how to not conform. You need to put this.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So conforming is the ultimate version of non-conformist for people from our generation.
I can't argue with that.
But yeah, so it worked. It worked well.
But yeah, you basically had 5 people showing up at DragonCon, all dressed in khaki pants and white button-up shirts, and
the men in khaki was not like for me. It really was not like I was not trying to draw any parallels whatsoever to the Men in Black. I was surprised when we got called
the Men in khaki. Yeah, because there were people who thought we were the Men in Black with a new uniform.
Yes, and I should have seen that coming, but I did not.
I didn't see a problem with it because we were their antithesis. We were meant to be the anti Men in Black. So people confusing us, I'm okay with that.
Well, yeah, except again, trying to get people to trust us and give us their information.
Oh, it shouldn't be easy.
That was hampered a very little bit, and it was not an issue at all after the first year because everybody knew we were not the Men in Black.
Yeah, those few who chose to work with us and saw what we could bring to the table with our grazer healing properties, if nothing else. Although I can't remember if the Men in Black ever made a move on us that first year or not.
No, we steered clear of them mostly just because we were doing something we knew they would not approve of. We were gathering and sharing information of the supernatural. I mean, we weren't not the supernatural in particular, but we weren't opposed to sharing information.
No, well, I know we actually struck a deal with the La Costa Nostra that year.
Yes, that was I still think my high point of definitely the Order of the Eye and possibly playing DarkCon, like as a player. We had spent all weekend. This was the second year. I think it was the second year because I think I was a ghost that year. As I said, it made my job a lot easier because I could just go talk to, like, literally all I wanted to do as a character was go talk to people.
Yeah.
Like you basically a reporter, figure out what they knew, what they wanted to know, write down what they wanted to know because that's actually usually significantly more useful information than anything they would choose to share us. Knowing what it is they wanted to know told us a lot about them.
And that's one thing I learned after that first year is that we had unintentionally made the best definition of a LARP, of a live action role playing game group, and what you're supposed to do. Talk to people. We made a group specifically to go talk to people. Talk to everybody.
Yeah, and then go tell other people what that is.
And then go tell people and share information. And that is what, at least a salon LARP, that's what you're doing. Go talk to people. We had unintentionally created the tutorial group for DarkCon.
Yeah, and like a very useful group to have in existence in your thing because we spread the information around.
Oh yeah.
And we'll definitely come back to that a little later.
Mm-hmm.
Information theory when it comes to live action role playing games is, I think, fascinating. But to come back to La Cosa Nostra, we late in the weekend, I think it was like the last night of the convention, we sat down with them because they approached us and they were like, well, we were doing our normal thing, like, what do you want to know? We'll go figure it out. We had, like, at this point, standardized prices, like
I think
DarkCon bucks for...
Actually, I think it was earlier than that, because I remember us still having stuff to do. Like, we did a hit with them later and all that stuff.
No, we had enough money to buy the World Egg at the auction that Omar was running. And we got that money from them.
Right, but I think there was also we did a hit either for them or with them, because there was the other merchant, the cyborg merchant, who...
I think this was before. I think this is part of the, like, trust gathering.
Maybe.
So they had us, like, you know, it's like, well, we don't need to know anything, but we need to kill this merchant. It's like, oh, we can do that.
Yeah, the order that I was just like, kill? If it gets us in good with this group, we'll do it. Yeah, again, they're not good. They're grand scheme good.
Yeah, and I don't know why at that particular point in time we felt that, like, good was too much in charge, because we should have been working with an evil group at that point. Anyways,
I don't remember.
But yeah, so we had been gathering information pretty much all weekend. Everybody had notebooks full of things that they'd written down, ordered by people's badge numbers. And we were there asking La Cosa Nostra, like, what do you want to know? If you want, if it's easy information, it costs you $50. If it's a really complicated stuff, it costs you $100, whatever. And they're like, well, we want to know everything you know. And we're like, what? Like, at that point, we'd been operating under the, you tell us something and we'll go find it for you if we don't already know it. We might already know it, but if we don't, we'll go figure it out.
Yeah.
And they're just like, we don't have anything specific we want to know. We just want to know everything.
we just give us the entire menu, chef.
So we worked out a deal with them for...
I mean, it was a mutual
money.
And information is like, we shared information with them.
Yes.
That was also. I remember
we got information back.
I remember that was part of the deal. Like, okay, we'll give you what we know, but you got to give us what you know too.
Yeah, and they wanted it to be exclusive, if I remember correctly, and we said that was a non-starter. We couldn't, like, say that we wouldn't share information with anybody else. Like, maybe we won't share your information with anybody else, which was a lie.
Hey, I know we lied about a few. I want to say that the part of the money was for that, like, if somebody wants to buy information from us, they have to pay more than you have just paid us, or something like that. That's what I want to say is in my head, but I'm not sure. Not that we wouldn't have just turned around and sold it, for $5 anyway.
Yeah, because it wasn't about the money; it was about
the information. And yeah.
But the I forget, it was like 100,000. Like, some amount of money that should not actually exist in the game if you swept up everybody's money. And they, of course, didn't have that much money. But they did a thing that I loved with the DarkCon. It's like, well, we're a criminal organization. We've got reserves. So even if we don't, like, have it at hand right now, we can lay our hands on it. And that wasn't... Like, we didn't want an IOU for money, but we got the World Egg because they went and told Omar that Omar could have all of their reserves of money. And bought us the egg.
Yeah.
And I think they paid, like, $1 million DarkCon bucks or something for the egg.
Whatever,
and Omar was in the middle of doing an auction. For this particular plot line, for those of you who did not play it, we'll do a small digression. That particular year, what was going on was the world ended.
It ended.
And
just like
Pandora had opened her box and things had happened and the world had come to a conclusion. But there was a world egg out there that would allow you to, the person who possessed it, to create a new world.
Right.
Based on, however they wanted that new world to work. So
new world, same as the old world.
Egg.
Yeah.
Of course, everybody wanted the World Egg. It ended up in the hands of a moral merchant.
Amoral's not bad. I mean, nice guy, but Yeah, it's all about the money.
He was like, I've got this thing that everybody wants. I'm going to hold an auction and see how much money I can get for it.
Like literally so presumably all that's left of the world at this point is the hotel that we're playing in. That's like storyline wise, the rest of the world is gone. We're just like at the eye of the storm.
Yeah, and potentially just Malice's, just one room in the hotel. We went to a different room. That's right. I think it narrowed down at one point after we got the egg. But anyway, not to jump ahead. So yeah, we had enough money from this particular thing to acquire the plot item for the year that everybody was trying to do. And I think as I said, like the Order of the Eye backstory morphed from year to year. There's different reasons that different game runners had come up with for why we were doing the thing we were doing.
Canon is fluid in DarkCon. Canon is whatever needs to be this year.
Yes. So that year, I think on top of our normal reasons for gathering and sharing information, we had found out like the Einronstidians is what the race was called.
Or,
the Order of the Eye
Einrostians or something like that, yeah.
I think we actually came up with.
I don't remember
German, and I feel like
you might have done that. I had no part in that one because I saw it and I'm like
I'm responsible for that horrible name.
As an Einstein-Rosen What? Okay.
Yeah, and that was But anyway, so we that year the Einronstidians their world was coming to an end, and so on top of our normal information gathering, we were specifically here to gather information about what it's like when a world ends, so that we could transmit it back to our people, so they could prevent their world from.
Right, like we at first, because we had forgotten that part. We thought we were here to prevent the world from ending, so we could. No, we got clarification like day 2. No, you want the world to end, so you can record it. Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, we naturally figured, like, if we could prevent this world from ending, we would have information that would be useful, because if we can do it here, maybe we can do it at home. It's like, no. You're here to observe the world ending. Oh.
That way you can send it home and they'll know what to expect.
Well, and we got that clarification because at that point, in our quest kind of to prevent the world from ending, we realized it was not possible because the world was going to end regardless. And we had gotten our hands on the world egg, in part because we were positioning ourselves to try to prevent everything from happening. But then we're like, well, we've got this thing that will create a new world. Our world's ending. Shouldn't we just take this back home?
Yeah.
And that's when we got clarification that no, it was important that we record this world ending and let it come back.
Yeah. So we know exactly what happens when our world ends, and we can do the same thing.
Yes.
Reproduce the results.
I think that's a lesson I don't know if we learned ourselves. When you're plotting out what's going to happen with certain subgroups or certain subplots, especially when you're thinking like of a group or an individual, you're thinking about like what are they trying to accomplish. It's natural to plan for what happens if they fail because you're expecting them to fail, especially an individual. You're expecting whatever plotline. This might not have been clear to people playing the game. I apologize. We expected you not to pull off your goals most of the time.
Yeah.
Unless they were the relatively simple goals. Most
like,
of the
go
time,
meet your friend.
Just a reason to get you out there in the world, and you were going to play the game while trying to do your thing. You were not actually expected to do your thing.
Yeah, I mean, there was always at least one goal that was patently impossible.
Yeah. Not always, but often.
Presumably.
And definitely for groups. And a lot of times they're impossible just because, like, in the scope of a 3-day weekend, it's impossible to do the thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But
it's pretty hard to become the new god of death in 3 days when we're not dealing with gods at all.
Yeah. And that's not a random example.
No, that is a very specific example.
But yeah, you also have to plan for what happens if they do somehow figure out how to manage to accomplish the goal.
Yeah. You weren't supposed to. How did you do? What? How? I talked to Omar.
Well, we've spent 2.5 days talking to everybody. We've sold all the information we gathered from 2.5 days talking to everybody. This other group, they bought the egg. Here we are.
Yeah. And then
what do you want?
And then the world ended. We came back. I made sure I had a video camera so we could record it. And then everybody was happy, and we're like, all right, we're out of here. Bye. We opened our little bridge and went home. All right. So what time is it now? Okay, it's about 7:15. Let's go ahead. I'll put some advertisements on, and we'll take a little break. And we'll come back. Give us about 15 minutes, give or take.
And we'll tell more possibly only interesting stories to raise money for children.
Yes, and yeah, definitely. All right, so okay, Joe, I will see you later if you will mute, and then I will mute, and then we will run some ads as soon as I get the ads up and running. There we go. Hello.
Broken tibia, a broken clavicle, and multiple skin graftings. For the traumatic brain injury, it affects my frontal temporal lobe, so that's depression, anxiety, emotion, all of my emotions. A lot of people think that mental health isn't really such a big deal, and you have mental problems, like go to therapy, you'll be fine. But even when you go to therapy, I mean, you can't live in your therapist's office. You have to go through daily life. You have to see other people. You have to be around everybody. A lot of different things in my life have gotten better because of the car accident. It's made me a stronger person, and I don't believe old Alexis would have, she was great and all, but this Alexis, I love her better. If you give donations to Children's Miracle Network, it's not about the money, it's about the love, and it's about the life that you're saving, so that that person can have love as well.
I'm Joellen Inman. I'm Victoria's mom, and thank you for supporting Extra Life.
Thank you for supporting Extra Life and what all you do for all the children.
My name is Defy, and I'm from the East Coast of Canada. And I want to change kids' health at the IWK Children's Hospital because as a father myself, I know they're always going to be there for me if and when I need them.
Kids like me enter a CMN hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital when I was 9 years old for my miracle story. Happy to report that my health is on the up, and it's all because of gamers like you.
I stream on Twitch, and I did Extra Life last year, and I raised $5,000 for Children's Hospital of Omaha. I wanted to raise it for people that couldn't afford to go there, because I know not everybody can afford to go to a hospital, especially if something comes up like randomly.
My name is Sean Gorey. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I want to change kids' health in University Hospitals, Rainbow, Babies, and Children's, because I was treated there as a kid, and this is my way of giving back.
Kids can't wait.
"62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute."
My name's Eric Sears. I live in Ottawa and I'm treated at CHIA for type 1 diabetes. My favorite part of my children's hospital is the doctors, nurses, and educators. When I show up to my checkups, I get high fives and hugs, and they're so supportive. They're just awesome. Did you know that 62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute? That's a lot of kids that need help. Join Extra Life to help kids like me.
What's up, Extra Life? I'm so inspired to hear about all you're doing to help sick and injured kids treated in your local community, and the fact that you guys are playing games to help these kids is it's amazing on many levels. It's fun, but it's also making such a huge impact. So congrats on the millions of dollars raised today, and good luck with the rest of game day.
I realized that I was different, that I was not like other kids. I had to get poked a whole lot. With diamond black vein anemia, there is only one cure, the bone marrow transplant. Finally found my match after 9 years of looking. I had finally been saved. Every single time that I've had a poke, prod, procedure, I've gotten a special bead. At the end of the day, you're raising money for kids like me so that we can play games and live a better life. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I just would like to encourage you all to come back again.
"62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute."
My name is Sean Gorey. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I want to change kids' health in University Hospitals, Rainbow, Babies, and Children's, because I was treated there as a kid, and this is my way of giving back.
Kids can't wait.
To change kids' health means to fundraise by playing video games or tabletop games for these kids that are like not having the best time of their lives right now. They're having to fight scary diseases, scary illnesses, some of them more rare than others. And we just do everything we can to help fundraise.
What's up, Extra Life? I'm so inspired to hear about all you're doing to help sick and injured kids treated in your local community, and the fact that you guys are playing games to help these kids is it's amazing on many levels. It's fun, but it's also making such a huge impact. So congrats on the millions of dollars raised today, and good luck with the rest of game day. And break a leg. Do you say break a leg when you're playing games? Probably not. That's more of an actor thing. Okay, just have fun.
My name's Eric Sears. I live in Ottawa, and I'm treated at CHIA for type 1 diabetes. My favorite part of my children's hospital is the doctors, nurses, and educators. When I show up to my checkups, I get high fives and hugs, and they're so supportive.
Hello. Hello. I am back. Are you back? I do not hear you, Joe. Or have you muted? You can unmute now. There you are.
I didn't realize you'd taken the commercial off. I was looking at the other page. That's commercial.
Oh well. Oh, so we've talked about the Order of the Eye and our first real hardcore push into playing as like real hardcore playing as DarkCon. Kind of because that a lot of that shaped how things went when we began running. But we actually, I'd say, started a little bit hardcore before then. Before Order of the Eye, before that was we played in a few dark weekends. Mm-hmm. And I definitely learned the usefulness of making friends. That was probably the first game I learned where, yes, making friends can make or break your experience.
Yeah, I think we ended up wanting to create a group and wanting to bring a group of people, which I think we have the high point there being bringing in 5 people that were all going to play. That was, college, where it was easy to do that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because of our experiences at Dark Weekend. And I like, somebody said this about role-playing games. And those of you that don't know me or my family, or those of you that do know my family, this is not going to be a surprise to you. Those that don't might think it's a little weird, but it is the way that my family rolls. My dad had me write an essay about role-playing games.
I remember.
When I was young, and I think it was in research for that I read something around, somebody basically said, like, playing a role-playing game taught me how to be confident in myself. I remember thinking at the time when I read it, and this is somebody relatively famous that said it, I don't remember it all now, who did and could be making that up entirely, but my memory of this is that it was somebody relatively famous who said this, and I remember thinking at the time, like, that was kind of lame. Like, if you can't, like, how is, like, acting in a game going to be different? Because, like, if you're a shy person, you're going to be a shy person in the game. Like, how is that going to matter? But no, like, if I look back, especially through Dark Weekend, like, there's one particular instance where I think the first Dark Weekend I went to, those that don't know, there was an ongoing plot line for some of the Dark Weekend, some of them were standalone. But it was a persistent campaign style world where you would have a character, you would acquire stuff, and then the next time you came back, you'd have that same stuff, which is something we always wanted to do later, but I'm jumping ahead. There's lots of challenges with that. But because it was a persistent world, people had titles and things, and I remember I reached out to the mayor,
the Duke, or no,
the Duke.
No, he was Viscount.
Yeah, the dude in charge of the humans.
Yeah, because I went 1 year without you, and I just made friends with him. I just stuck. I was a little weakling mage, and I was a human. He was the leader of the humans, and I think at that point he was a duke. So I just kind of stuck to his behind basically, and just cast aid on him whenever he got in a fight.
Right.
And because of that, I kind of got ushered into the court, so to speak. And then when you came along, I just kind of brought you along with me and said, "Hey."
Well, before the game, I had reached out to him and sent him an email, like we were communicating back and forth over email, because I was petitioning to be the sheriff,
right,
of the town, because there was an open position for sheriff. It was like there's there's so many cool things that they did that we just did not have the time to do. They would send out a newsletter,
right?
And newsletters weren't a thing anymore by the time we took over. But anyway, it was a newsletter that had like in-game content, and some of that in-game content was like, hey, there's a sheriff position open in the human settlement. If you're interested, contact blah blah blah. I had the Duke or Viscount or whatever his title was, his email address there to contact him. So I sent him an email and said, hey, this is my background is blah 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 blah, and I would like to be the sheriff. And that was a point in my life where I was still a lot better at, I guess, communicating and putting forward my ideas in written form. So I was able to be very like assertive and confident in email. And he was kind of like, at least I felt like I was being very assertive and very confident. I was still 16, 17 at this point.
Maybe 15.
17. Yeah. So God only knows. Yeah. No, you're right. I was not 16 yet. Because we had to get like parent signature stuff to go.
I had to drive.
Right. But anyway, he was like, whatever, whippersnapper. So he did not give me the job, but like when we got there, and that was definitely a learning experience for me, because I got there and I felt like, hey, I was able to be that level of confident playing a role in email. It's not that different to do it in person. And that was like a foundational stepping stone for me, becoming an adult.
It's like training wheels. It's like training wheels because there's nothing at stake. It's not your real career at stake. It's not your real social life at stake. It's just some character who doesn't really exist. So, if I blow this, oh well.
Yeah, and yet at the same time, it still matters that people like you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's still that thing, that ego in the back of your head. I want people to like me. I want people to like me. I want people to like this completely fictional character and these people I might not ever see again.
Because you are embodying that character. I mean, that character is being portrayed by you. But yeah, it's because it won't really blow back on your real life. There's the sort of safety net there. It's like, oh well, if I completely screw this up, then I mean, I can try again with a new character. It's a whole fresh start.
Right. Yeah. So it was interesting for me. I think it's one of the undersung. Maybe it's not undersung. As I said, I got a quote about it when I was doing research for my paper beforehand. But I think it's an important part about role-playing games in particular. And also in particular LARPs, because they, unlike tabletop games where you're playing with people LARPs definitely force you out into the world, interacting with the populace, but other, in safe space places where it's people of like mind normally. And it's a lot easier to get through those training walls, as you're saying.
Well, yeah, it's because, role-playing at a table, I will never, say that it can't be helpful. But yeah, LARP also tacks on that little extra thing where you don't have the benefit of saying, well, I say it in a charismatic way. Can I roll for charisma?
Right.
You actually kind of have to be charismatic. It is a more advanced version of that. So,
right.
Yeah, I mean, it can be helpful to teach you how to be a functioning member of society.
Well, and for you, how was it? How was that experience of playing in a LARP? Since at that this was mostly you going to college and studying to be an actor. How is that sort of foundational?
Well, that was the thing, yeah. Because back at that time, I still had every intention of becoming a math teacher.
Mr. Morrell.
Yeah, he tried to tell me no. I finally did listen to him. But yeah, a lot of the same things. It's like I knew, having been playing in a couple of Dragon Con games, that when I went into Dark Weekend, I knew these were people who I would have fun with, who we had similar tastes and similar hobby, at least in this one aspect. But yeah, I didn't know anybody there. I didn't know a single person. I knew the faces of the company. I knew John, I knew Mark, I knew Linda. That's it. I mean, I think by that point, we had already met the two pod, because that was after we had done the pod people plot, and the two brains, the two leaders of the pod people. If I remember correctly, they were playing the Duke and Duchess, if I'm not mistaken. And so I kind of knew them in the sense that I had interacted with them in some shape, form, or fashion. So when I got to Dark Weekend. Again, that's kind of why I just kind of glued myself to the Duke, because I had interacted with him. He hadn't been, a complete ass to me. He seemed to be nice, and then, I kept pumping aid spells into him whenever he got into a fight, and I was a lost puppy, basically. I was a little lost stray puppy, and I had found my new master. So I stuck with him, and him and the rest of the court were friendly. They'd help me out. They'd give me gear. There was the material benefit in game of they would make me stronger because it was obvious I was going to stick around, whether they wanted me to or not. But that also added a little bit of that social acceptance. And yeah, then I became I don't think it was ever... Well, I think eventually, after that game, or maybe the next game, I was officially inducted into the Order of the Red Tower or something, which was like the Duke's, court, basically. And so, yeah, future years, I wore the little yellow ribbon with the tower that the Duchess had made. I think she'd made them herself.
Yeah.
Carrie's mother, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken, that was Carrie's mother.
I cannot help you with that one. Meanwhile, Benji Hughes is posting in chat for those of you that are watching our stream. And as per normal, pointing out where we've been incredibly wrong. Invasion of the Body Snatchers was 95. It was the year before what we've been calling the AI year, Demo God, in 96.
Ah, yes. Was
it?
Well, you might be right. We might have had those two flipped in our heads. Yeah.
Yes, the restaurant at the end of the scenario, 1999, was the year we were talking about earlier.
That's where we order the eye, because I had to skip the year before that, and you guys all had fun being the murderous EFP.
No, because I didn't play 98. I want to say that was the year I was sick. Yes, I'm sure I did not play 98. I want to say the year you missed, where we all had fun playing EFP, was 2000. My 2 chaos.
No, I actually have memories of what.
Or maybe it was 2001.
No, you actually. Well, looking over this, no, it was 98 that I did not play. It was 98.
No, 2001 was wild card.
Something about that numbering doesn't seem right to me, though, because I know... Hold on. No, I think...
I could easily believe...
No, I think that's right. That's right.
Pod people and Demo God switched our heads, because I have... My memories of the time are definitely interspersed with things that I know are one or the other, and so...
Yeah.
That does not surprise me at all.
Actually, that might be right, because 98 I don't think I played. I don't know why I didn't play in 98.
I didn't play in 98, I'm pretty sure, because I was sick. I played in 99. You might not have played that year.
No, I played in 99. No, actually, you know what? I still think there might be some gaps in there. I not to call, Lore Master Benji out, but I know I did not play in 99 because that was my first year performing at the Lost Colony, and I could not leave.
The actual Lore Master's being pulled in now.
Yeah, I could not leave a professional contract to go play, because that was when DragonCon was still being held in like July. So I could not leave in the middle of a contract just to go play a game for a weekend.
I'll also point out this for those listening and following along at home. There's a decent sound video delay, but there's not a delay on chat. So we are probably, it would appear that we are responding to things in chat a good 45 seconds to a minute after they appear.
Yeah. Up to a minute.
To be confusing.
Just make it all the extra. But that said, I know. Yeah, back on topic. we were distracted by Big Benji and his lore. I can't help it. Yeah, because I know the following years, I found ways to sneak out, and then it was not long after that they moved DragonCon to be Labor Day weekend, which was when my contract was already over by that point. So
right, and I think EFP was pre-Order of the Eye. The year that we did EFP without you, because that was just Nick and Little Benji and me.
Yeah, I definitely remember hearing about you guys having fun playing as the EFP, and me not. I was just in North Carolina acting and getting all sorts of hedonistic stuff going on. Can't help it. I mean, I could have, but I didn't. I was having fun. And this was my career. I wasn't going to give up my career for a game. Although, again, later years, I found ways to go to the game regardless. I got a wedding to go to this weekend. Oh, cool. So, but the point I was making is the reason we even talked about the history of our playing is because it definitely informed, it taught us lessons and definitely informed things when we took over. Was there any other years you can remember as a player where we learned, or you learned something? I definitely learned a few things in later years.
I want to say Y2 Chaos also sort of sticks out in my head. That year we were also, I think, doing Order of the Eye, but we had a less, like, I think it was more of the generic, your general plot line, go find information and share. That year there were a lot of complicated rituals that needed to be done. So there was a lot of different people trying to do rituals, and all of the rituals involved getting groups of players together to go do things. Assuming I'm not conflating, again, two different years. And the ability for a few to disrupt the plans of the many was something I took away from that, because there was people who were trying to get the rituals done, other people who were trying to do the rituals. Other people were trying to like prevent the rituals from occurring, or they wanted particular rituals to occur. And so there was a lot of, on one side, very positive player interaction where people were trying to not work through the mechanics of the game. And a lot of in-games ended up being combat related. So your combat in DarkCon was its own challenge, but there's lots of I'm trying to be strategic using game rules. Whereas that year it was like the strategy behind it was literally dealing with other people. But one of those challenges of it was it became apparent to me as a player at that particular point in time, I think everybody who was involved in that one, that it was very easy to be disruptive. And in a way that it was very difficult for other people to deal with it.
The right
so
people.
I remember.
The right people with the right gear at the right place could own everything, basically.
Right, and also like sort of the how do you give people mechanisms to deal with conflict that don't involve combat mechanics? Because there people were definitely pitted against each other. They had opposing goals and things that they were trying to do or not do, and for whatever reason, I think these things were occurring mostly in places where you couldn't have combat. And then what do you do if there's like a whole bunch of people trying to do dancing through your ritual circle?
I was not there for that. I was not there for that. So that's what I remember hearing about was the dancing through the ritual circles.
Right. And so it's one of those like, do they just win because I can't like physically pick them up and move them because that is against legal rules, in game rules.
Well, the game rules say you couldn't pick someone up, but yeah.
Right. But there's nothing in the game mechanics itself that allows you to deal with the situation.
Right.
So that was a lesson I remember taking for later when we were in charge, is trying to make sure that when you're constructing those scenarios that you do it in a way where people have paths forward to accomplish their goal or not accomplish their goal. Those that are trying to keep other people from doing that thing also similarly have paths.
Right.
And there's a way these things that conflict can be resolved potentially mechanically and potentially not mechanically, but without like the sort of frustration of, well, I'm just going to punch you in the face, okay? Then you'll stop dancing through my ritual.
No, I'm like literally going to punch you in the face. I'm not going to roll for it. I'm just going to do it. Because I remember one of the big lessons, and it wasn't so much a lesson I had learned for the first time, but it had gotten strongly reinforced for me. Because it was something that, like, back when I first started playing, I would always attend the, like, tutorial meeting that John Walton would host, where he would talk about, how to play the game and all this kind of stuff. But one of the lessons that he always talked about every year was that shtick would save your life. And he would tell the story about the father and son who had come in and gotten like two random conventioneers who, there's human characters with no abilities, no items. They were just stock characters meant to be, handed out when your regular character is already dead and gone. So you could just keep playing. But they had gotten these characters, and out of nowhere, they were getting jumped by muggers or something in the game, and the
Were rats usually?
Yeah, probably was rare rats actually. And the son turned to the father and said, "Honorable father, should we tell them we are powerful ninja who will easily destroy them?" Something like that. I mean, I wasn't there for that.
Does not hold up, John.
No, it doesn't. It does not hold up. But this was also, 90... Honestly, this story was told back in 96. Yeah. And so, and the father responded in kind, and they scared off the muggers because they pulled a shtick. And they just adopted some fake characters, and they stuck with it for the whole weekend. And that
now occurred to me how much that story does not hold up, because I remember it also, and I remembered you telling that story over the years many times.
Mm-hmm.
And the Stiffer Jim is like, ooh, you shouldn't be doing that, John.
I'm just repeating what was told, but yeah, it's not it's it was a little iffy. But anyway.
But yes.
So yeah.
We'll save you.
But then years later, when I got roped into playing another iffy character, Bo Cocky, or Bo Khaki, that just a problematic name all around. But
we have Marty to thank for that one.
Yeah,
I'm
Marty.
Sure you'll chime in a minute and confirm if my memory's right.
Yeah, I think it was. I think I remember him saying, "Yeah, I had fun writing him." So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I had a similar experience myself. This is much later than all those, but the old man with the death stick was a personal favorite of mine. From an acting perspective, not that I acted particularly well, but yeah, I was a old man who was carrying a device that would allow me to basically kill anybody that I happen to want to kill.
Not just
a lot of effort.
And let's not be. This wasn't like pointed at someone and they died. This was an area of effect. This was you had a nuke. You were an old man wandering around with a nuke.
But a very specifically targeted nuke. Like I got to say exactly who died if I remember correctly. It was not indiscriminate. I could say you die, you die, you die, you die. You're cool. You
Okay,
die.
yeah, I think you could take people out of the range. But yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't just one person.
Yeah, like you helped me with makeup, so we did like some old person makeup. This was before I had even this much gray in my beard.
This would have been when you were in your early 20s, yeah.
Yeah. I got some clothing that I would probably wear later normally. More of an old man. It adopted an accent that was not terribly different than my Malice accent later in our game where Malice was dead and Malice was reading Malice's will. Probably almost exactly the same accent. In fact.
Yeah.
But yes, that was my most. I guess like actually not role playing, acting. My most like I'm gonna put on a character who is definitely not me, definitely somebody different.
Yeah.
And wandered around and had an awesome time. Yeah. Shtick.
Shtick is
with the literal stick.
Shtick with a stick. Yeah, and then that's what playing. BK, I'll just call him BK from here on out. He was the EFP lawyer. So he's a lawyer who works for a group called Evil for Fun and Profit. So I guess the character wouldn't exist until later, but Better Call Saul. That was pretty much what I did, even though, Breaking Bad didn't exist yet at that point. I was playing Saul. Saul Goodman.
Sadly, I've never watched either of the shows.
I actually haven't either. We both have something that's on our we have to watch list apparently.
Yes.
But yeah, I've seen clips of him of Saul, right. And so that's pretty much what I was like. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was a sleazy, corrupt lawyer who'll get in the muck for you.
In the muck.
In the muck. With a name like Bo Khaki. I did not name the character. I will just repeat that.
So what about you? What is your most memorable experience as a player? And why?
I did enjoy playing BK. Aside from the name and the obvious puns I would use based off of that name, again, this was what, early 2000s, mid 2000s?
And you played that character multiple times, if I remember correctly.
think 3 times total, if I remember correctly. Maybe just twice. Because there were the years that we played him. We all played BFP, I think, for a couple years. And then there was one year where I played him, but you guys were playing Order of the Eye, which upset me. But
I can't imagine that happened without you choosing to do so. Maybe I'm misremembering.
It might have been a year where, honestly, no, I remember. I don't know what happened that year. That was a Change of Hearts. I know that. That was that Change of Hearts year. Which, looking at the timeline that Benji is posting to chat, it was 2005.
Right.
So yeah, I wasn't doing any theater that year.
You're correct. 2005, you played Bokaki, and at least some of the rest of us were playing Order of the Eye. Maybe they had a limited number of No.
I don't know.
I don't remember why. That is, in fact, what happened, but I don't remember why.
Yes, it upset me, Benji. Yes. Not very terribly. I actually did have fun.
That's quite likely true as well.
And that's where
I think possibly they needed you. They needed the character, and they needed you to play the character.
Well, because I do know that I was like the Order of the Eye contact within the EFP, so that might have been it. It was that.
Well,
that made sense.
If you remember correctly, and I will agree with. No, this is not the one that Benji was saying. Was his person? Yeah, yes. My personal favorite opening. I will agree. From the player side, that was definitely, including the ones we were responsible for, my favorite opening of the DarkCon game.
I won't argue that either.
You had to bring the OTS and EFP together for a meeting that OTE was organizing.
That's right, because
they had contacts on both sides, so they needed to have somebody in EFP.
Because we were presumably going to have like a truce or a war meeting or something like that. You know, these two conflicting groups were going to get together to have not peace talks, I don't believe, but we had to come up with some reason to get them together.
It was something like peace talks. There's gonna be some sort of like.
Or
I remember seeing like on the the OTS side, like they were unhappy with it, but they were moving for it.
It was something like setting up the rules for warfare going forward, or something like that. There was some reason why both sides needed to meet.
Right. But from a casting perspective, I think this is probably again, I think another foreshadowing to things we would have to worry a lot more about later. There are always those characters, even if they're not what you would think of as main plot characters, that have to exist. They have to be cast, and they can't just be cast anybody. There has to be someone who will act in a way that you can predict.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So there had to be somebody on both the OTS side and the EFP side who had the ability to get everyone there. So that they had to exist, and they had to actually do the thing that was written in their character sheet and they were told to do.
Yeah.
They had to actually do it. So I'm pretty sure you were the EFP contact. Aaron Schwartz was the OTS contact. And I still remember to this day, because Aaron was supposed to be the one who sort of kicked the whole thing off, the whole big conflict in which everybody died. And everybody was there, and everything was all tense, and I was just sort of standing behind Aaron, and Aaron's like, I'm scared. I want to do it. I'm scared. I'm like, do it, Aaron. Do it.
Do it.
But
he's helpless. Do it. Pulling out the Emperor Palpatine voice.
Yes.
Well, he wasn't Emperor.
That was definitely.
Anyway.
That was definitely a lot of fun, and yeah, now that we've reconstructed it, I'm sure that is why you played Bokaki.
And I did have fun.
And also because it annoyed you.
It didn't annoy me too much. It was kind of like, I think at first I was like, why am I playing him and not with OTE or OOTE. And then I think I read in the character packet that I was a contact for the OOTE, and that made sense to me. I didn't have a complete understanding, but I was like, okay, this makes some sense now. I don't completely understand what's going on, but I can see now why I am Bokaki again.
Yes, because you've done it twice by that point.
I think I had by that point.
Yes.
And
Sunny Blaze.
Oh yeah.
Character.
Oh Lord. Yeah, hid behind a table as soon as everything kicked off. I, on the other hand, got smoked. I think almost instantly.
Pretty much.
But it was one of those situations. Oh, you died? Well, you just come back without a heart.
Aha! B. 2013. This is 2023. It is 10 years.
It is, yeah. So as of September of this year, it will be about 10 years.
We do things in decades.
Apparently, yeah. That actually adds up because, yeah, the way I remember it is through tragedy. The last year, 2013, my father passed away about a month after the game.
Yeah.
Which is why I couldn't be there for the first day, was because I was putting him in the hospital.
Right.
And so, yeah, it would have been 10 years this next October. So, yeah, that makes sense. Shut up, Benji. I don't see your face on here. Although I might just make you get up on here. I might interview you next. Anyway.
Don't worry, John. I think you look exactly the same as you always have.
I just got a little bit of gray in my hair, that's all. And a little bit more meat around the neck. And definitely more meat around my gut. I want to raise this finger, but I'm sticking to the PG for right now. Although I will say that Nick donated $50, and I told him he should do that with the understanding that that's to make you swear on this stream. So you have to throw at least one curse word. But let's see, who else was fun? I definitely enjoyed the old man who could not die. And that is a character I specifically requested. I specifically came up with the idea. I think that was the year we all decided we were all just going to do our own separate things. We'd been playing as groups for so many years by that point. I think that year, because we were all out of college by that point, and I think we were all unsure if we could meet and get together and plan, so we all kind of did our own little separate things, and we kind of spread the brain trust out, if I remember. Too many years of all having us in a group and causing so much trouble as a group. It was time to spread us out and cause trouble in a wider, more diffuse pattern.
Yeah. Looking through the list, I'm going to say that was likely Paradigm Shift.
Yes, that was Paradigm Shift.
No, not Paradigm Shift. Paradigm Shift, we played the ninjas.
You played the ninjas.
Oh, right. You did not play the ninjas. Was that the year you played the old man who could not die?
That was the old man who could not die. So I guess you guys decided you would play the ninjas, but I was dead set I was going to play the old man who could not die. I loved the idea of this character. It was old, he was immortal, and he was old, so he didn't have all the wonderful benefits that immortality would normally grant you, like youth.
Right.
So he just wandered around the convention the whole time going, please let me die. Please, just kill me. I want to die. Please.
I'm glad you had fun doing that.
That was a blast. I became a buffet.
I seriously wanted to kill you.
And you did. Like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, it got boring though.
Yeah, imagine how I felt.
That's what I'm saying. I'm glad you had fun. Jesus Christ, man.
I got to be a cranky old man for a weekend. And it was a blast.
That is you at your core, isn't it? Deep down inside, peel away everything else. Just a cranky old man.
No, I think quite the opposite. I am not a cranky old man. That's why getting to play one was so much fun. Granted, in almost every play I've been in, I'm cast as the cranky old man. But this time I got to do it by choice. So it was fun.
Yes.
Yeah, it was Paradigm Shift because, yeah, I remember the plot being that year that it was magic versus tech, and then something happened and they just started throwing in Clarksian and...
Well, you would be forgiven for having forgotten that, John, because again, you were playing an old man who wanted to die.
I literally did not. I did not engage with the plot at all. It was just me and the orca, and I would die and bring him my body so he could turn it into victuals for his grand buffet. That was my plot. I became a buffet. I'm not joking. But that, again, the idea being shtick. I didn't even engage with the plot. I didn't do anything else. I just had a shtick and I played with it and I had a blast. And I like to think some other people had fun playing with me as well. Because some people enjoyed killing me. Some people really got a kick out of me asking them to kill me. Some people, and surprisingly a large number of people, didn't want to kill me because... I guess they didn't know I would come back.
Yeah.
No, actually, Benji, you did eventually have me become a grasshopper on the last day. Like, the last half of Sunday. You pulled me aside and said, "Here, you're a grasshopper now." But by that point, I was like, okay, well, now I'm not having as much fun. So I went and got myself killed again. And that time I stayed dead. And he was happy. The old man was finally happy. He got turned into a grasshopper, and then somebody stepped on him, and he died. So I had a happy ending. I had a happy ending. The old man finally died. He just had to spend a few hours as a grasshopper first.
The first and only time.
Yeah.
So that was your memorable moment as a player. What is a memorable moment as an owner, as a person developing part of the game, putting the thing out
There's
there?
a few, but I'll start with the first one because let's go in this chronologically. The very first memory I have that stands out is shortly after, not the game we first ran as owners, but the first one we helped with as staff. After you had already like made the deal, and Benji and Zandy and crew were running their last game, and we were staffing it, so we'd have an idea of what we were getting into. I think by the end of it, on the last day, you and Nick were talking, and you were like, I think we're going to have to change our expectations. This isn't, we're not going to have the fun we think we had coming into this. And I'm like, this is exactly what I expected. But then again, I'm the one who's coming from a performer-actor background where I'm used to putting on a show for other people's enjoyment and getting my enjoyment out of that. But that was the thing. I was like, I kind of went, oh, wait, that's right. Not everybody's used to this. Some people have to learn to entertain others for their enjoyment. That was one of the things that stood out in that first year.
I remember that conversation. I don't remember now why we were talking about that, because that was now such an alien concept to me.
I think it's just because it was. I think it was just because it was the last day, so everybody was tired. And
Here's an answer from yourdictionary.com. Specifically
I'm not talking to you much.
Yes, you are. So yeah, I think it was just like post-game philosophizing that inevitably happens, and you guys got on the topic of this wasn't quite what you had in mind, or or something like that, or you didn't get the source of enjoyment that you thought you would have going into it, that it would be a different source or something like that.
Yeah, I think I remember. Maybe it was that I was surprised that it was as much fun as it was, but a completely and totally different kind of fun.
Yeah.
I think I'd been expecting somewhat it not to be fun.
I think because of the stress we had seen over the years of Benji and Sandy and crew.
Right.
I think. Yeah.
Well, and literally, like, power play from an in perspective, from a staffing, like comparing staffing power play to running, if anything happened on the way to the graveyard, like, power play was, like, our experience with power play was orders of magnitude better the following year. Like, I remember at the end of that game being able to go out and have some drinks and sit around and talk and have a good time.
Yeah.
Like, still being conscious enough to do that. Part of that probably was also age. But I remember the following year just being like going 1,000 miles an hour and then being done and being dead. So there's that piece to it as well.
I think it was also. I think a lot of it was over us overworking because we wanted to prove that we could, take control and put on a good game.
Mm-hmm.
It was also our first year of massive mistakes because we made a plot way more complicated than it should have ever been for that game.
You're talking about if anything happened on the way to the graveyard?
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 zombie masters, all different types of zombies. And it didn't even come true because we only had 1 zombie master in our game.
It was a learning exercise.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of your memorable moments, but I'll throw one of mine out. From the plotting side of it, like the zombie thing was like, I like zombies. I watch. Up until zombies became as popular as they are and it became impossible to ingest every bit of zombie media that exists, I probably had ingested every bit of zombie media that had existed.
I mean, yeah, because this would have been, 2008? So, yeah, zombies were popular, but they weren't ubiquitous yet. They were getting there.
Getting there, yeah. We were on the crest-ish of the
This was the time to do a zombie plot because otherwise it would have been just annoying as heck.
Yeah, and I figured, hey, if there's something that I personally feel passionate about, that's going to be something that we could use to do a good game with, and so therefore, zombie game.
Zombie,
and of course. Zombie is a horrible idea for a live-action role-playing game.
It is, but we knew that going in, and we thought we had the solution.
We thought we could figure it out. And because what I had in my mind was, like, literally everybody who was playing slowly becoming a zombie.
Mm-hmm.
Until there's, like, fewer and fewer people left. And you have your... Day of the Dead in the mall kind of scenario where the remaining people are slowly turning and fighting on each other, dealing with that.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, logistically, if the plot line, if the story is what's going on in the mall, and 80% of your player base are the zombies, like, they're not having a good time.
Right.
And that it just. The thing I wanted to do could therefore not be done. Like, there's not a way to run a game that way.
No.
And so the things we landed on, I think, were, obviously workable, significantly more complicated.
Yeah.
But it took me a while, I think, to make that mental adjustment. And I think it's something that, from a game design perspective, I think is important. And it infused into me a lot of how important it is to control information. And one of the things that we talked to players about a good bit during in-game, when they talk about, like, what was the plot? What was supposed to happen? Benji did this all the time. It's like, well, you tell me. And as a player, I was like, what do you mean? Tell us what the plot was. You enigmatic bastard.
No, there was a reason for that.
But yeah, no, it was. We write stuff, we design stuff, we plan stuff, we hand it out to people, and then they go play the game out there where we can't see them.
It's not like tabletop where they're all at a table together and we can see everything that's going on.
Right. I mean, we had intentions and we had ideas and thoughts sometimes. Sometimes we just threw some shit out there to see what would happen.
Hey, there was an S-bomb. Nick will be happy.
You get one. But yeah, so let's get this train back on the tracks, John.
Sorry. I had to call that when I saw it.
The thing with the zombie one was I think I was struggling a lot with that. I was thinking of it like what I thought a video game would be like, and I could say even my expectations there were incorrect. I was thinking of it from a protagonist's point of view. And I was thinking about, like, how do you tell a story from a protagonist's point of view where you have a single individual's viewpoint and everything else is background.
Yeah.
But of course, in a LARP, in particular, the story is told from everybody's perspective. Everybody is the protagonist.
Right.
And so therefore nobody is the background, and you can't therefore have stories where you deal with background. It's all got to be immediate to everyone. And I think Benji and Ruby were afraid that I was not catching this point quickly enough and staged an intervention where they showed up with large amounts of alcohol, and just basically sat me down and said, no, that's not how this works. And I think they were expecting me to be incredibly upset about that, which is why they brought all the alcohol. But yeah, it was a learning experience to think through, because it's very different than telling a story, right? It's very different than writing a short story or an essay where you're describing what happened. It is describing hundreds of things that might possibly happen to someone who's then going to interpret what it is they thought you were trying to say, and in the best case, try to do it. And in the worst case, wad that up, throw it away, and go do something else entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is the game. The thing that is played, of course, is the game. And because there's that variety and that much sort of chaos that goes into it, we, of course, had no idea what was going on.
No, because, again, when you compare it to tabletop, every GM, every dungeon master has had the thing where they plot out the adventure, they plot out what's going to happen, and the players go off the rails. And they take it in a completely new direction. And that's just 5 or 6 players. Now imagine you're 5, 6 referees running 30 to 60 people. You're never gonna.
In the early days.
Yeah. You're never gonna. There are no rails. You might try, but you're not gonna have them. You're just gonna have to just let them go. And that's something that took. Even, I think, conceptually, I knew that early on, but even then, it was still hard to get into the habit of accepting that. We're not gonna. Whatever we write is not gonna be what happens. We shouldn't write past day 1.
Right, and we craft, I guess to get into a little bit more of the theory on how you do it, we would have at least an A plot and a B plot, to borrow terminology from TV. And we borrowed, I guess that's an important thing I also learned, was, rely on existing tropes. Tropes are your friend. They're things that people are going to understand when they see them without you having to tell them exactly what's going on.
Yeah, we're not doing high art here. This isn't the time to experiment and you can...
Well, you still have an you still have an ability to experiment, but
You
if
do.
you start from an existing trope, you can then turn it on its head, and that feels impressive and novel to the person because they have an expectation that you're then violating.
Right.
But if you don't start from the trope, you don't have an expectation, there is nothing for you to violate, you're not doing something unexpected, it's just chaos.
Also, when you start with a trope, you're also kind of setting the language and the boundaries for what you're going to be working with. That's the whole point of tropes. That's why we use them in so many different, in every form of media, is that we're setting the expectation, we're setting the language we're going to be using, we're setting up a blueprint, and then we can start to play around with, the specifics after the fact. But yeah, if you don't have that trope to begin with, you're not starting with a blueprint.
Yeah, well, and it's also, to me, in part, like using jargon or acronyms, right? It's a way to communicate complicated topics and concepts in shorthand.
Yeah,
right? If you're hitting upon the things that people expect, they understand in a much broader context than you would ever be able to explain to them if you tried to sit down and try what it is you're doing and where you're going.
Yeah, like again, when you say zombies, there's already a set of rules that going into a zombie plot, whatever the zombie plot is for whatever the medium.
Right, and that's exactly, and that's a perfect example of what we were talking about earlier. We didn't do one zombie thing, we did 4 zombie things. We didn't just do 4 zombie things because it was going to be complicated. We did it specifically because we wanted to be able to be a little creative and inventive with the concept, right? We wanted to show that there is a lot of breadth behind what it means to be a zombie by showing 4 very distinctly different kinds of zombies that were still all zombies,
and
they
also
all had things that were in common.
Yeah, and also because that was one of the solutions to what are the other 80 background characters doing? Oh, they're having their own little war. All these there's 4. It's not just a horde of zombies. It's 4 hordes of zombies, and they don't like each other. So they're still fighting. And it's these poor humans who are in the crossfire that have to save the day. But that still ends up with problems. But
yeah. Well, and the other part of it is I was about to say we have an A plot and a B plot. That year we had an A plot and a B plot and a C plot and a D plot.
And an E plot.
In an ideal world, in an E plot, in an ideal world, they would have all fired simultaneously. Well, I would say an ideal world. There is a world in which they would have all fired simultaneously, and that would have been one kind of game.
Yeah.
There's a world in which, all but one of them went off, and that would have been a different kind of game. The world that we actually all inhabited was one where 3/4 of one kind of went off.
Yeah. I was like, one didn't even fully go off. It started, and then it petered out.
Right. And that took a little bit more shuffling for us. And I think that's the kind of thing we got better at, was writing things in a way where it was more likely that certain things would or would not occur. That's not even the right way to put it. That interesting things would happen that would create fodder for a story to be told.
Yeah, we got better at not so much writing a overarching plot. We would have a bare bones plot just because we needed one, because what we would end up focusing more on was scenes or encounters. So we kind of had to have a plot to act as like the backbone for these scenes or for these monsters or whatever. But it was always, we tried to make at least in later years, we tried to make sure that plot was something that could easily be just crumpled up and tossed out the window, because it probably would be.
Yeah, and like in TV shows, you have A plot and B plot to create dramatic tension between them. In our case, it was somewhat a matter of redundancy, right? You need there to be enough things out there going where, one, again, if not the zombie year, but some other year, if both A and B and C actually worked, we could sort of pick and choose from amongst whatever the players seem to be responding to the most to see what we would proceed forward, what we would give some emphasis to, what we would push forward. And that becomes the big thing. Or, if a thing falls flat on its face and doesn't happen at all, or everybody really hates it, you've got something else to fall back on.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we were really good at being able to adjust. And this is something Benji was spectacular at, is really knowing when we needed to. But I feel like we were really good at adjusting as long as we had enough time to do it and we had enough fodder out there in the world to pull from. Because you couldn't write a brand new plot on day 3, but you could take the pieces of what existed, assuming you had enough interesting pieces out there, and weave something together.
Yeah. Yeah, between what had successfully gone off on our end and then what the players had successfully pulled off on theirs and just come up with on the fly, we could find ways to work that all together into one coherent plot by the end. But yeah, I definitely remember, the nightly meetings, once the games got started, the nightly meetings of going, all right, where's our plot stand now? What's working? What's not working? What do players actually give a crap about?
And I think by the end we got much better at this, but again, in the beginning we did not, I think, we sort of recognized from a funny thing happened on the way to the graveyard that we can't predict what's going to happen. We knew it, but we needed to sort of be hit in the face with it.
Yeah. Again, we knew it conceptually, but we hadn't learned it yet.
Right. And then we sort of went the other direction and said, like you were saying, we're not going to write it in game. There's no point because anything we can imagine isn't going to happen. But didn't realize how important it was to set the stage for an end game.
Yeah.
So that the things were there where we could very easily tie it together. And so, yeah, there were a couple years there where it was a pretty intense second night thing to try to figure out, okay, what are we going to do for the next day? And a couple of days where it was even a very intense first night thing where we were trying to figure out what we were going to do for the next day.
Okay, what we had planned completely fell on its face. The plot is dead on day 1. What are we going to do?
And I don't think we had any of those, but yeah, we had several where there were tweaks and adjustments that we had to make that were pretty time intensive. Which I think leads to the other side of the business that I know we didn't spend a lot of time necessarily talking about, but was sort of the efficiency of creating games.
Yeah.
There was a lot of, the production company that John Mark created, they called Handmade Games, and that wasn't just a clever moniker. They freaking handmade everything.
Yeah.
Like they were using glue and cardboard and pasting crap together for the first set of stuff.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of effort that went into production, from art to printing to cutting to collating to designing. And character handout and figure out what character people are going to get. There was a lot of effort in production that left the game to be a very intensive production thing. And that was particularly problematic with what we're talking about, like being able to shift and pivot on night 2 into night 3. If we needed 20 new cards and a new type of creature and
a new costume
abilities, right? And those kinds of things take time to do. And with the sort of state of the technology and the tool set we were using at the time, it took a lot of time to do. We weren't at the point where we were, using paste and things and pasting things on top of boards anymore. We were really designing most things on a computer and printing them out, but the processes were still very, very time intensive.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we did, there's a yin and yang. I think this is probably true in most businesses. Yin and yang is not the right word. A tug and pull is yin and yang. A tug and pull between focusing on producing the thing and focusing on making things to make it easier to produce the thing. And we tried to balance that somewhat by the 4 or 5 months before Dragon Con being focused on making a product that we would then go to Dragon Con and sell the game everybody would play.
Yeah.
And the other 7 months of the year being focused on, let's not say that. It's a bald-faced lie. 2 or 3 months out of the remaining 7, because the 4 months is recovery.
Yeah, there was a lot of time just recovering from the half of the year spent running the game, or preparing and running the game.
And again, a lot of that, like, there's a lot of creative energy that went into it that no amount of tools or technology or process improvement was going to change, right? There's a lot of thinking and beating your head against a wall and trying to come up with a good idea.
And brainstorming against others. And
mix, repeat. But a large portion of getting ready for the game, and the reason why it was so intensive and we needed to have so much time to recover, was that production schedule. The amount of time it took to design cards, the amount of time it took to proof them, the amount of time it took to print them, the amount of time it took to cut them, going out and getting the paper and having enough of the right different kinds of paper, and redoing the design because you don't like the way it looks, and like all of that stuff. Like, there was just a lot of effort that went into that I felt pretty strongly did not need to be that tough.
And it was all done in free time while everyone had full-time jobs. And these are the days post-college when there wasn't free time as much anymore.
Right. So, like, because it was such a time-intensive process, we had to have time to recover after we did it. And because it took so long to put together a game, and because we had recovery time, the amount of time we had to try to make things better, faster, quicker was always short.
Yeah.
And we never got enough into that where we sort of hit the point where, because the golden view of this in my head was that we could put together a game for a convention, especially if we already had the creative pieces of it worked out. We had the story, we had the plot line, we knew what we were going to do. Maybe we haven't designed the cards yet, but we've got the props, we've got the costumes, we've got most of the stuff. We could do the rest. We could get the game prepped. We could arrive at a convention and run it with 2 or 3 weeks of lead time. And that we were never close to.
No.
And I feel like if it was ever going to be an ongoing venture, and this is where I've always been very interested in other people who have been doing live action role playing games. And I know partially why this is more true for them is because when I'm describing the whole thing we would go into producing a game, they didn't do that. They did do something they could do in 2 or 3 weeks, but it wasn't because they had better software and tools than we did. It was because, and I'm not like, this is not to say like other games are crap. It's just like the way we would go about creating a game took a lot longer than the way other people would go about creating a game. So they were in a state where they could put a game together in a couple weeks, which means that they did not, like, you don't have that level of burnout if you work sort of intensely, or even at a minor level of intensity for 2 weeks, as if you are getting 3 hours of sleep a night for 4 months.
Well,
right? So they don't have that burnout, which means they could do significantly more games in a year.
Well, because we would always, every year, we would have a huge plot line. As far as like when I say plot line, again, we're not talking about an actual plot line, but we would have a huge set piece of some sort. Set piece monster, set piece new mechanics, set piece, costumes, or in some cases an actual set piece I had to build. There was always a big thing every year that was like the focal point of each year. And so one thing was we were, everybody was putting on and again, not to say that they are lesser, but every other LARP would put on a short story while we would piece together a multi-million-dollar movie.
It did feel like that, yes.
As far as the scale, and that's not to say that the short stories aren't good. Some of them are great. They just didn't require as much work, and that was probably their genius. Like, they had fun with a story, and we always went big, always went way bigger than we probably needed to.
Well, that's the thing I think that made DarkCon so special.
It is.
But yeah, every year we would write at least 30 new characters. We would design at least 50 or 60 new cards. Not counting money, which was new and unique every year. I mean, same denominations, we put different logos on it, but still, again, our processes sucked, so that was a labor-intensive process. There would be all of the events were almost always new. We had a couple repeating events, things that we felt like we could drop in. We tried to produce more of those things that were not plot specific, but they could be dropped in wherever. We had the Wheel of Fortune. We had a couple other things.
We tried to do court and all that kind of stuff, but yeah.
Even some of those drop-in things, though, we found like the amount of effort it takes into producing them made it where we weren't necessarily saving time. Like, and again, this is purely poor process, but just like the Wheel of Fortune is something that became close to not running a couple years because we put it off to the last minute thinking that it was not a lot of effort. But we had to put together the whole questionnaire. We had to, because the whole thing was you used a questionnaire that people had to fill out, and whoever scored the most points would be the contestants. And we had to have the wheel itself. We had to have the prizes. So even though we knew exactly what we were doing, having the right questions, because all the questions were like, who's the player for which XYZ thing is true. And later on, we started to get better at that, where when we would write a character, we would separately keep track of what their questionnaire question would be. And so when we put together what characters are going to be in the game, we could pull from that to build the questionnaire for the Wheel of Fortune. But like in the first couple of years, we were just looking through the Dramatis persona and saying, okay, well, this person's here. Let's write a brand new question for them. And so there's a lot of like duplicative effort that went into things like that, even where it was like what we were doing was 100% known. We were just trying to replicate what we had done the last year and do it again.
Yeah.
There's still a lot
we ended up
that would go into prepping for it.
We ended up doing a lot of repetitive work on things that we had made so we wouldn't have to do the repetitive work. We built these wheels, so now we don't have to build the wheel again. And then a year later, let's build the wheel again because we forgot how we ran the wheel.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was, that side of it I always found, I was going to say interesting, that's trite. That is one of the major challenges that I guess I regret not solving, period, and not being able to solve earlier, because I think that sort of engine, the better our engine could have been, the more we could have invested more time and effort into things that were valuable and not invested so much time and effort into things that were duplicative, things we'd done before that we just have to do again.
Yeah, because this is something I've learned. Like again, we'd take 4 months to put together our event.
I think we're getting close to 3 by the end, but that's about as good as we got.
Yeah. I would say that all totaled, if we could have gotten our procedure or method down, we could have made it a lot easier, because I was just in a community theater show, I don't know, actually almost a year ago at this point, last July, June and July. We spent, I would say, okay, granted, I was just an actor in it, so I wasn't design, I wasn't directorial staff or administrative staff, but just as an actor, we rehearsed for that show for about 2 months. Yeah, about 2 months. And it was a big, beautiful show. And almost everybody in there has full-time jobs. And they put on a show. Honestly, there is no reason our LARP required more work than that did, by any stretch of the imagination. So I think it was, we just didn't know how to plot and prepare for a game efficiently.
I don't think it's a we didn't know. It was we lacked the tools.
Yeah.
And not like we lacked the tools as in they were out there and we could have gone and picked them up off the shelf. But like the tools don't, and I think probably still don't exist.
I think because
do a lot of the kind of thing we're trying to do.
Because what we're trying to do is so niche, and as far as I know, at the time we were the only ones doing it to that scale. Yeah.
This is probably the only time I'll use sort of inside the game industry perspective. But I will say obviously the video game industry is not niche, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's lots of money, there's lots of being games producers, lots of people employed in doing this thing. Compared to the video game industry, what we were doing for DarkCon and even LARPs in general are, minuscule scale. So yes, we were niche. But what I'm talking about to an extent, I think is part of gaming as a whole. There's in part a lack of business tools, technology, processes being leveraged in the building of games. Across the industry as a whole, as far as I can tell from what I've seen. And that's not even necessarily an actual thing. Like, there's a degree to which making a game is unlike, and I would expect, actually, honestly, that plays are somewhat like this, and movies are somewhat like this. There's a degree to which what you're doing is not that different than producing any other product. I mean, on one hand, yes, a bag of dog food is very different than a play. But on the other hand, like, you need to market your bag of dog food.
Yeah.
You need to get the pieces that are going to go into it together. You need the construction line that goes into making those pieces. You can do it repeatedly, and you're not, hand making your bag of dog food each time. There's design elements that go into it. There's, presentation. So a lot of the things around the product are very similar.
Didn't get that. Could you try again?
Definitely not talking to you, Watch. But even so, it's different enough that historically the kinds of tools you would use to do that for a bag of dog food would not work for a game.
Yeah, I get it.
And while that's becoming less true from a technology perspective, with cloud and things like that, there's a perception within the gaming industry that the ways in which other people do things is not, will not work for them, because historically it hasn't. And so there is a large portion where I think we see, like, there's such a large dichotomy. I'm not going to speculate too much. Let me just say, I think it is common that within the gaming industry that games are produced by throwing a lot of people at the problem. Our experience with the DarkCon is not terribly unique for that perspective. And where people make it work, it's because they're able to sell the thing for significantly more than the number of people they threw at it.
Right.
We were not on that economy for DarkCon. Right? We were producing something that had the scale and complexity of a video game, but we were selling it to 150 people, not 150,000 people.
Right. For $20 instead of 60.
Yeah. But I do feel, just like sort of, I guess it's something I feel a little passionate about, because I have my current job experiences, building tools and software and processes. I feel like even when we were doing DarkCon, I felt it there. If we had a better platform, if we had a better system, if we had a better way of making the kinds of things that we wanted to make, we could have spent more time focusing on the game itself. And the economy side of it would have worked better in our favor. We wouldn't have had to sell it to 150,000 people to break even. we might have only needed to sell it to 5,000 people.
Yeah.
We were still selling it to 100. Right? It would have worked out better.
The odds would have been better in our favor. Not necessarily good, but better. Yeah. All right. Let's take another quick break because I need to refill my drink, and I'll run some more ads, and then we'll meet back because we have already been at this for almost how long have we been at this now? Almost 3 hours. A little over 3 hours. According to my streaming software, we've been at this for 3 hours, but that's also counting the starting 50 minutes early. So, let's take another quick break. We'll run some ads. If you'll mute Joe, I will see you on the other side. And I'm going to get my stuff here ready. No, that's not what I wanted. There we go. All right. We'll see you in a bit.
I realized that I was different, that I was not like other kids. I had to get poked a whole lot. With diamond black vein anemia, there is only one cure, the bone marrow transplant. Finally found my match after 9 years of looking. I had finally been saved. Every single time that I've had a poke, prod, procedure, I've gotten a special bead. At the end of the day, you're raising money for kids like me so that we can play games and live a better life. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I just would like to encourage y'all to come back again.
Thank you for supporting Extra Life and what all you do for all the children.
"62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute."
My name is Sean Gorey. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I want to change kids' health in university hospitals, Rainbow, Babies, and Children's, because I was treated there as a kid, and this is my way of giving back.
Kids can't wait.
To change kids' health means to fundraise by playing video games or tabletop games for these kids that are like not having the best time of their lives right now. They're having to fight scary diseases, scary illnesses, some of them more rare than others, and we just do everything we can to help fundraise.
What's up, Extra Life? I'm so inspired to hear about all you're doing to help sick and injured kids treated in your local community, and the fact that you guys are playing games to help these kids is it's amazing on many levels. It's fun, but it's also making such a huge impact. So congrats on the millions of dollars raised today, and good luck with the rest of game day, and break a leg. Do you say break a leg when you're playing games? Probably not. That's more of an actor thing. Okay, just have fun.
My name is Eric Sears. I live in Ottawa, and I'm treated at Chia for type 1 diabetes. My favorite part of my children's hospital is the doctors, nurses, and educators. When I show up to my checkups, I get high fives and hugs, and they're so supportive. They're just awesome. Did you know that 62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute? That's a lot of kids that need help. Join Extra Life to help kids like me.
My name is Defy, and I'm from the East Coast of Canada, and I want to change kids' health at the IWK Children's Hospital because as a father myself, I know they're always going to be there for me if and when I need them.
Kids like me enter a CMN hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital when I was 9 years old for my miracle story. Happy to report that my health is on the up, and it's all because of gamers like you.
My name is Tara. I stream on Twitch, and I did Extra Life last year, and I raised $5,000 for Children's Hospital of Omaha. I wanted to raise it for people that couldn't afford to go there because I know not everybody can afford to go to a hospital, especially if something comes up like randomly.
So my why to help kids' health at KU Pediatrics is because of my cousin Teague. She has been battling cancer for a few years now, and she's 6, and I just can't wait till she becomes this amazing, incredible individual as an adult and has gone through that thanks to the support of people like you.
What are you doing?
Mom, go get my toy. What's that going on the block in the hallway?
That's your shade one.
He even has like a big sleeve in his hair.
I know. You are so freaking silly, dude.
To the Extra Life community, thank you so much for helping kids like me treated at the IWK Health Center and CMN Hospitals.
Since 2008, Extra Lifers have raised millions of dollars to help kids treated at 170 children's hospitals in the U.S. and Canada. Those funds go directly to the hospital.
This is my 7th year, so about 7 years ago, he was like, "Oh, you should do this. The good cause, play games for 24 hours," and that's pretty much like the first time I ever streamed my entire life, and I was only doing it for Extra Life. But also, Like, I've gone to Seattle Children's Hospital when I was in high school. When I did Extra Life, I chose to support Seattle Children's because of how great they are. They're really good for the kids.
Let's raise a lot of money for Blair Batson!
My favorite part of my children's hospital is the amazing staff that work there. "62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute."
My name is Sean Gorey. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I want to change kids' health in university hospitals, Rainbow, Babies, and Children's, because I was treated there as a kid, and this is my way of giving back.
Kids can't wait.
To change kids' health means to fundraise by playing video games or tabletop games for these kids that are like not having the best time of their lives right now. They're having to fight scary diseases, scary illnesses, some of them more rare than others, and we just do everything we can to help fundraise.
What's up, Extra Life? I'm so inspired to hear about all you're doing to help sick and injured kids treated in your local community, and the fact that you guys are playing games to help these kids is it's amazing on many levels. It's fun, but it's also making such a huge impact. So congrats on the millions of dollars raised today, and good luck with the rest of game day, and break a leg. Do you say break a leg when you're playing games? Probably not. That's more of an after thing. Okay, just have fun.
My name's Eric Sears. I live in Ottawa and I'm treated at CHIA for type 1 diabetes. My favorite part of my children's hospital is the doctors, nurses, and educators. When I show up to my checkups, I get high fives and hugs, and they're so supportive. They're just awesome. Did you know that 62 kids like me enter a CMN hospital every minute? That's a lot of kids that need help. Join Extra Life to help kids like me.
My name is Defy, and I'm from the East Coast of Canada, and I want to change kids' health at the IWK Children's Hospital because as a father myself, I know they're always going to be there for me if and when I need them.
Million kids like me enter a CMN hospital every year. For me, I entered my children's hospital when I was 9 years old for my miracle story. Happy to report that my health is on the up, and it's all because of gamers like you.
My name is Tara. I stream on Twitch, and I did Extra Life last year, and I raised $5,000 for Children's Hospital of Omaha. I wanted to raise it for people that couldn't afford to go there, because I know not everybody can afford to go to a hospital, especially if something comes up like randomly.
All right, we should be back now.
We are back.
Yeah.
From
that same sad look upon your face.
Sad look upon your face. Should have changed my effing locks. Should have made you leave your key. I know for just one more minute.
Oh boy. So was there any other experiences during the running of DarkCon that stand out to you? Like things you're particularly proud of, or lessons you went aha from it?
I will be, I suspect, proud until the end of my days about our last game. Proud, is the right word. Proud, but also I feel like it was also an aha moment.
Yaha.
Like I touched on this a couple different times when we were talking. Like I feel like one thing I was unprepared for was the challenge that it would be to both put information into the game and to get information back from the game. We talked about getting information back from the game a lot earlier. The game is what is played. Challenging. I didn't expect either side. The challenge of putting information into the game was we could write something down and hand it to a player. They could wad that up and throw it in the trash. And so that information that we intended to get into the game did not. They could read it, but not take what we intended them to take from it. They could read it and sit on it. They could run out and tell everybody. Therefore, like, the number of mechanisms we had to communicate information in a LARP, in our LARP, and potentially in any LARP where you're not there with the players while they're playing the game. Like if you're doing a salon LARP where everybody's in a room and everybody's running the games there in the room, you probably have other mechanisms we did not. But we couldn't communicate to players most things. And we got incredibly creative about how to do this. Like we would post signs up that would tell things, but also like we tried to be very strict about one of the things that made DarkCon unique was its setting was DragonCon. It was there at the convention,
right?
So what you saw was in game, and we would of course ask you to suspend disbelief occasionally and believe things are there that aren't there. But we spent so much time on costumes and props because we wanted there to be a physical representation of game items most of the time.
Yeah.
And that meant that out of game information, rules information, like we could stick up a sign, but we tried not to do that because that goes against that sort of philosophy, right? We would instead like there to be a physical object that had rules associated with it that you could read on a card, and we sort of got through the concept that cards were in-game items. The card itself existed inside the concept of the game. It was a metagame thing.
Right.
But anyway, we had very few mechanisms to communicate information to players. We got very creative about that, but nevertheless, it was always a struggle to properly communicate to players what they should be doing. And obviously from players wanting us to tell them what the plotline was, what was going on, there's a degree to which they're always wanting us to tell them what it is they should be doing. Rather than wandering around aimlessly, and because it is fun to talk to people. Our combat system was probably never considered by anybody to be fun. So it's not a thing you did for entertainment. So if you're wanting to have fun playing the game, you're wanting to further something, some goal, something that you're trying to accomplish. And it was tough for us to tell them what those things were. So the last year, I had one of probably 3 or 4 epiphanies I feel like I had running DarkCon. And one was like, we had a concept of a maze, and that was something that came up pretty early on in our plotting. We were wanting to do a maze, and just like everything else we were talking about, we wanted there to be physical representations of things, and this one was a little bit more off the wall because we had a physical maze we built.
Right.
That was a metaphysical state that the players were in.
What's this we built? I built. But go on.
Conceptually, the royal we built this thing.
Yes. Handmade Games built it.
Yes,
These fans built it. But go ahead.
But it's this weird thing where, like, the maze that you saw was not an in-game thing, but it represented the metaphysical state that all of the players were in, because there was a piece in the maze, and that's where the players were.
Yeah.
And then, because you were in a maze, you had a number of exits from your... And this is a square maze where you would have, you know, every space you could be in was a room, so there wasn't, like, some hallways and some other things. It was just, like, a whole bunch of rooms, and there's a certain number of doorways out of that room.
Old school text-based adventure or mud, and yeah.
Right. So wherever metaphysically the players were at any given point in time, they could go, you know, north, south, east, or west. And we wanted it to be based on the things the players did. They would go through a room. And this harkens back to one of the things we were talking about earlier, about you want to give people the ability to do a thing within the context of the game. So our go through the north doorway was if... nobody was killed, right? So there's a time period, and then the piece moved into a room after some period of time. So like in the next hour, nobody dies, we go north. West was, 50 people die. And east was, 5 people exactly die.
Right.
And so as an individual, you had the ability to decide, hey, if I want to go east, I need to make sure that 5 people and only 5 people die. And I can go kill 5 people.
And then make sure no one else dies.
I likely cannot personally prevent anybody else from dying. So it fired on both of those mechanical and role-playing levels. I needed to interact with and communicate with other players in the game so that we're all collectively picking our goal, and then the mechanical piece is doing whatever the action is that you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the concept that we had. It was pretty, I guess, not highbrow, complicated for, and actually maybe not terribly complicated. This is the kind of thing that we did for DarkCon all the time, I should say.
Yeah.
This is a normal run-of-the-mill, incredibly complicated plotline. Or not plotline, because we're not even talking about plot. We're just talking about like the mechanics of how we wanted the game to progress forward.
Right.
We're trying to figure out how to do that, and the epiphany was we just frickin' put up doors and put on the door what it was you needed to do. So metaphysically, like, the players are in a maze with a room, and there's a door here and a door here and a door here and a door here, maybe. Like, some of them would sometimes be there and sometimes wouldn't.
Right.
And so then around the room analysis, where the maze was at the center of the room, around the room, John again, created freestanding door frames. Doors within frames that would be freestanding doors. And on those doors, we would put a sign that said, 5 people die. Or the next hour, 5 people die. I forget exactly what it said, but it was something like what action they needed to take in order to go through that door was on the frickin' door. And that method of, like, everybody loved that game, and the thing that they said they loved about it is they could walk into the room at any point in time without knowing what's happened or what's going to happen, and know what they needed to be doing right then.
Yeah. Something I find interesting about that game as well is, and I didn't even know this thing existed at the time, but since then, in the past few years, especially since the pandemic, I learned of the existence of mega games. Which, if you don't know what a mega game is, I recommend Shut Up and Sit Down's video on it. Just look up mega game, or Watch the Skies is probably the most famous mega game. That's what our last year was, almost to a T, was a mega game as opposed to a LARP. It was a board game that it took place in turns, and the players worked or together or against each other, however they wanted to play the board game. And as I learned more about it, I was like, man, we should have been making mega games instead of LARPs, because we would rock at this, and it would have been so much less work.
Well, you say that, but you still had to make a maze and doors.
But I wouldn't have to make costumes. Or at least, well, actually, probably would. Yeah.
And not to derail your point, but just like as another aside, you're right. What I just described is a completely new game concept that obviously other people have come up with. I'm not saying like we did something like groundbreaking. Just it was a new concept of the way that a game could occur.
Right.
That melded traditional LARP concepts with things that look a lot like a board game and other things. And the complexity behind that, the mechanics behind it, how it worked. I started to say this is one of our more complex ones, but no, we did this every freaking year. We came up with not just a new plot line, but what could arguably be called consistently a completely new kind of game. Every year,
there was always some new mechanic.
Put out there
every year, some new mechanic we would have to brainstorm and
not just a mechanic, but something that could, in and of itself, by itself, be a game.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this earlier. Like one of the things that Benji worked a lot on is what we called our build a team system. And build a team could have been a game by itself. Like we could have ran build a team as a LARP and not done anything else besides that. Build a team was, because this also plays into what you're talking about with technology, it was a series of game mechanics that would let you form a group with another group of players, like get an actual group of people together, and form an in-game group like Or the Eye or EFP, and not just have that be like a
unofficial name for your group,
right? But actually have it be something where, as a group, as you get goals, you get things you need to go do. As you accomplish those things, you get powers. You get the ability to add extra people to your group, and all of it's mechanical. So, as the people running it, we had to spend as little time as possible. It was still enormously complex. We spent way more time working on it than we needed to. But this is one of the things we actually wrote software for, where when the players would come up and say, okay, this is what we want to do, this is I'm going to forget some of the details, but like this is the theme of our group, and this is our raison d'etre, and this is our our OP, and other things like that. They would have to define that for themselves, but picking from a list that's available to them to pick from. We would plug that in, and that would create our pre-generated goals that they had to do, the things that they had to accomplish. That was all based on what they picked. This is essentially no different than a concept that you would get in a role-playing game, like a digital role-playing game. Very similar, and we could have ran a LARP, probably not a 3-day play 24 hours a day kind of LARP, but we could have ran a 3-4 hour LARP just using Build the Team by itself.
Yeah,
and we were constantly coming up with these game mechanics that are by themselves probably whole games.
And again, that's why I think we could have probably we were in the wrong business. We shouldn't have been running a LARP. We should have been running mega games. A lot less effort, is because you never change the rules from one year to the next. And heck, Watch the Skies is probably one of the most popular ones. And I mean, you can run that year after year after year, month after month, and never change a single thing, and it'll always be a different game, and everybody will have fun.
That is true. I will have to say, like, creatively for me, the thing I enjoy is solving the problem. It is coming up with a new mechanic,
Yeah.
and it's across the board. Like, it's like, I think we really enjoyed coming up with the plot and figuring out who the monsters were going to be, and
how are we gonna mess with the players' minds this year?
What's the brand new game that has never existed on the planet before that we're going to invent whole cloth and shove it in as a optional mechanic that people could choose to engage with if they wanted to. Right, Benji's correct. He just said we ran mega games with LARPing as a resolution mechanic. Exactly right. We did essentially, as you were just saying, that concept also for in games and other things as well.
Yeah.
That we, again, sometimes we would try to reuse things that we felt like worked in the past, like the year, I think it was Power Play, where we did for an in-game something we talked a lot about, like how mechanically are we going to do in-game, because it did not work for a number of years. So we were always talking and debating about mechanically how are we going to make this work, not be 50 people sitting around doing combats, as I've mentioned before. Our combat system was not. It was probably enjoyable in small groups. I enjoyed it in small groups. Once you got out of 3 or 4 people, though, it became
one-on-one. It could be quite fun. Even small groups, it could be interesting. But yeah, once you got over, I would say even over 4 players, 4 participants in a combat, it was a slog.
Yeah, and so in a game where it's 50 people in combat, just did not work. So we tried to come up with other ways that felt satisfying to people to play, where they felt like, again, they had the ability to contribute to the outcome, where everyone felt like they had the ability to contribute to the outcome. And also it was not, let's all sit around for 4 hours and
wait for my
run
turn.
Yeah. So one of the things that we picked up, that we did multiple times after that, was from Power Play, where we broke everybody up into little sub-fights. In Power Play, like the devil was coming and everybody was sort of sucked into their own personal hell. So we had like little combats of 3 or 4 people, and then as those resolved, we sort of merged them together into bigger and bigger combats. And so everybody like participated at a fundamental level where they could do something, and cumulatively it all sort of added up into something.
Right.
We did that a couple times. We did the giant robot year. We did a whole bunch of different variations on that. So we would reuse things where we could. Build the Team's example, something we dropped in multiple years. We mentioned the Wheel of Fortune. We would drop in multiple years.
Wheel of
Karma. It was almost always Wheel of Karma. You're right. I kept calling it Wheel of Fortune. Like, that's wrong.
It was tweaking my ear, going, wait, but that doesn't sound right.
Yes. But anyway, for me personally, I do find, like, if I've solved how to do something and I'm just repeating the process, I'm significantly less interested and engaged. It is how do we do this thing better? How do we do it faster? How do we do it? How do we do something new? How do we do something that's more engaging? That's the piece that kept pulling me back to it. So I don't know if I would enjoy, as much as I enjoyed DarkCon, I don't know if I would enjoy running the same mega game every year.
And that's the thing.
It might be more profitable.
Well, and that's
significantly less time intensive.
One thing I've saw, and I'm leaning towards moving this way, but one of the things I know, like the original creator of Watch the Skies does, is he'll run it every year, but he'll expand it every year. So it's an add new thing. So he's still kind of doing the same thing. It is still the same core game, but it's basically like adding an expansion pack to it every year. So he's got his core game, and then he's adding 1 or 2 new things, or he's changing the motivation of the aliens. You know, sometimes the aliens are here to conquer the Earth. Sometimes they're just here to help us from Cthulhu, and all sorts of stuff like that. But yeah, kind of adopting that. Let's get a simple, good base game that doesn't require a lot of rework every year, and then we can just focus on the new stuff every year, as opposed to rebuilding the horse, the wheel every year.
Yeah, we did talk about, I think, concepts like that, as I know you know, around like, can we put together a box set that we could sell that would have all of the things that you needed to do DarkCon
as a very
DarkCon dinner party.
Yeah, like a basic DarkCon dinner party. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously it would have to be scaled down a lot, and a lot of complexity would have to go away, because you're not going to have, you know, professional DMs wandering around and all of the software that we wrote for managing the game. That's something that you can just do. So how do we make a simple version of DarkCon that we could put in a box and sell, and provide expansions that are different plot lines to run and different characters and things like that.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's probably a very valid thing to do.
Yeah, I mean it's still doable. I mean, like the mystery dinner parties, murder mystery dinner parties are still out there. They still sell. This is just
Do they?
Fair enough. I haven't seen one in a while. But then again, I haven't gone looking for them in a while either.
Right. Well, I always felt like that was. I never went to one, and I always felt like it would be a fun thing to do. And I'll get back to that more in a second. But I never, like, I saw a couple of the boxes that existed for you to run it, and coming from us doing DarkCon, it was like, this is stupid. Again, not to disparage anybody's game, but the level of complexity, because I mean that's exactly what we would have had to have done. We would have had to drop the level of complexity down to something like that. So I'm not disparaging anybody's work that they've done, but it was difficult for me to see myself enjoying playing it, because we were coming from a spot where we were doing this other thing that was orders of magnitude more complicated.
And that's the thing. Well, we really don't know, because we could have, because I'm the same thing. It's something I feel like I should have done at some point, but I never did, because who knows how beautiful the simplicity could have been. We might have discovered that, if we just did this, our game would be so much easier, and it scales up all right.
Well, we had other ways of solving some of our scaling problems. I think everything we're talking about was a time investment consideration.
Yeah.
I already sort of talked about the core yin and yang between product development and developing a product that we constantly fought every year. But on the product development side, like putting out a box game or overhauling the combat system, or something that I really, really, really want to do still someday, is make a mobile app that would still do all of your DarkCon combat mechanics, like exactly our existing confrontation system, but have the mobile app handle all of the inter-player communications. Because where you lost time in our combat system was telling somebody else what you did and having them respond. It was the actual physical communication piece of it. So like you had to literally flip your dice, count them up, tell them that you got 5. They'd have to look there and go, okay, make their note on what that did, look through their cards again, decide what they're going to do. So that the communication side of our combat was there are many problems. So the communication side was one of the problems. So if everyone had a mobile app, and literally everyone at the same time at the beginning of the round was picking what they were doing, and you had a countdown timer where you've got 5 seconds to decide what you're going to do,
or you just
they
don't
could then
do anything.
Run through and perform the actions in order. Like it could perform a 30-person action round in probably 10 seconds, and then just tell everyone individually what happened to them and what they noticed happened to everybody else.
Okay. So like the secret and hidden actions
actually have them work.
Actually are secret and hidden.
And then you just like the text, like, okay, so this person shot that person, and this person shot that person. And give them, 15 seconds to read it, but that's a hell of a lot less time than watching it play out in slow motion.
Well, even if you gave them a full minute to read it, that still would be saving a huge amount of time.
Yeah. So one of the things like I feel like technology would solve. Again, we probably should have just scrapped the entire system and created it from scratch with the way that worked better. It was a little bit more simplistic, but I feel like we could have also solved the problem by creating a mobile app that ran combat for you. I even did a little bit of research into having like my phone tell how far I was away from your phone using sound that's above the human hearing level, and being able to gauge distance based on how long it's taking the sound to get back and forth. I did not invent this. This is existing technology other people have done. They're using it for marketing. All technology investment gets used for marketing.
Yeah.
But they're doing that to figure out like how far you are away from their store.
Right.
If you're not connected to their Wi-Fi, they're playing sounds, and your phone will pick it up and bounce it back. But anyway, we could have done that to determine range. Like, you are 5 steps away, therefore I can shoot you with my gun that has a 5-step range. And I wouldn't have to go read my card and figure out what the range is and mark it off.
Right.
It would ungray if I was able to shoot you with that gun. A lot faster.
The only thing I can already think of how you could determine line of sight as well.
Yeah. A little bit more challenging.
Yeah. Camera and QR codes, and just everybody holds up their phone and everybody sees it. But yeah, no, okay. So yeah, again, it's that how do you solve a problem? Oh, that's an interesting idea. Okay, yeah.
Well, and that's one thing I've always while there are some video games I would love to make, some board games I would love to make, and obviously we did a LARP for a while, and actually this is probably true of LARPs just writ large, period. I've always enjoyed games that are multimedia. Like a tabletop role-playing game that includes a website forum that you use when you're not in game session to determine what are the sort of meta game concepts that are going on. Like, you're buying and selling produce for your city, or deciding to go attack that family. Things that you don't have to do around the table. Light role-playing through it, through the forum aspect. Like, that is something I've always wanted to do. Like, mixing one type of game, one media of game with another media together to make something that's bigger than the whole. So, a mobile app with a LARP.
Okay, yeah. See, now you're giving me ideas. That's a bad thing to do, Joe. Don't give me ideas. Don't give me ideas. Because I'm not lying, I am on a mega game kick right now, and I'm already thinking of all sorts of ways to do mega games. But
yeah, mega game, and we've already done it. Use your LARP as a conflict resolution.
Fair. Now it's time for interpretive dance. I just had that thought enter my head, and how would that? No, I'm not going to think about that. That line thought is over.
Stick to your wheelhouse, John.
Yeah, well, I am.
Interpretive dance is not. Is interpretive dance in your?
Well, performances.
So I feel like if you knew how to do interpretive dance, like, you've been letting all of us down for years.
Oh, I will continue to let you down for years. Interpretive dance, no. I can barely do dance. I can barely do singing. Ask me to do a song and dance.
You just said there's a LARP doing cell phone based wand combat at DragonCon in 2007-2008, basically AR boffer. It's exactly the kind of stuff I'm really excited about. It's almost like, sampling in music without the pesky intellectual property problems.
Not popular with I don't doubt it. Oh. So, is there anything you've taken from our time with Dark Confrontation that has stuck around and is constantly, you find yourself thankful that you've had the experience of running a LARP, especially the weird, chaotic hell that was DarkCon?
I thought you were going to ask me a slightly different question.
Oh, what?
And I took to answer the other question first.
Go ahead.
I'll definitely answer that.
Explain the question and then answer it.
I thought you were going to ask if there's anything I took from running Dark Confrontation that I've been able to apply to other things I've done in my life.
Well, that was, kind of what I was asking, but go ahead.
One thing I took, two things then. I'll answer your question twice. One thing I took away was that I think when I was young, I thought having the good idea was the hard part. That all you needed in life to be successful was to have the good idea. And once you have the good idea, you just go do it and you're successful. DarkCon taught me that the hard part's not the having the idea, it's the doing it part. There's lots of things that come into bringing an idea to reality that the time commitment portion of it's obvious. You've only got so much time in a day. There's only so much time you commit to doing things, but the complexities that come into producing something, putting something together, that's the hard part. And having the idea is the easy part. You'll have a good idea every so often. Maybe every year or maybe every week. Depends on who you are, what you're involved in, what you're doing. The good ideas are easy. It's the having the will and the desire and the commitment and being willing to sacrifice what it takes to take that good idea and create it and put it out there. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
And I know that speaks to you because we've talked about a billion of your good ideas over the years.
Oh, yeah. Good ideas are easy. Ideas are a dime a dozen, and good ideas are not that much rarer.
Right.
It's executed. Yeah, it's executing those ideas and the time, because sometimes it's just busy work. A lot of times it's just busy work, and you'll get frustrated or distracted. I mean, one of my biggest problems is I get distracted from my good ideas because I've got a full-time job and a family, and only recently have things gotten a little bit easier in my life where I've gotten a job that has regular hours, so I don't have to worry about, okay, when am I working this week? I know when I'm working this week. So I can actually have a schedule. Let me tell you, having a schedule is so much easier for free time.
It's true. You know when it's going to happen.
You know when it's going to happen. You can.
Other than maybe you're currently in your free time and you didn't know it.
No.
Is this your free time, John?
I'm in my free time. I'm in my free time until I'm in my. This was free time. I scheduled this out. I plotted this out because I knew I would have this time. I knew nobody was going to call me into work.
The second thing I learned was that there aren't people out there, like people that you see doing things aren't in a fundamental way better than you in any way because they're doing them. Like if you see somebody doing something that you wish you could do, they're not doing it because of anything inherent in them that you don't have. they didn't have the good idea that you didn't have. Like, lightning didn't strike them and not strike you. They might, from a privileged perspective, not to get too political here, but like there might be reasons why they were able to get there quicker and faster than you can. But it's not that they're smarter or luckier or better looking. It is just that there's a process to go through to get from where you are to there. And if that's where you want to be, you can get there.
Right.
Because I think like this was obviously very early in my. I've always wanted to be in gaming. We're talking about the second or third year of mine being out of college when we did this.
Yeah.
And I think I still had that, definitely coming out of college expectation. If you're in college, learning to live your life, trying to acquire the skills you're going to use for there and after, or supposedly. And so it's easy to think like I can't go do that because I don't know X, Y, or Z, or they had the opportunity that I didn't have, or they're smarter than me, or whatever it is. And it's none of that's true. It's just they have spent the appropriate amount of time to get to where they are. And that's it.
Okay, yeah. All right.
They start an inspirational calendar company and put these little aphorisms on them so you can rip one off each day.
I got all I need. Wake up, drink coffee, go to work.
That's right.
Except now that I'm old, coffee does a number on my stomach. So sad.
Third thing I learned.
Oh. A bonus third.
Do everything in threes. No.
There is the rule of three.
The parts that I liked about running a game company, I didn't think the rest of the company part of it would be as enjoyable as I found it, or be as complicated and in-depth as it was, like the marketing. We spent way more time talking about marketing than I ever thought we would. And we weren't necessarily good at it, but I enjoyed thinking about marketing. I enjoyed the production side of DarkCon a lot, like the actual physical laying stuff out on a page and printing it. The artistic amount of work that went into that, of making sure like this card looks good, I found strangely enjoyable. And that's just laying things out on a on a little thing. The financial aspect, what is our budget? Are we going to be able to be profitable? How much does it cost to do this? How do we fairly track and distribute shares in the company to the people that are participating, to the owners? Like how do we organize that? Like the freedom that came from literally being able to do anything, and at the same time having to do everything. And I'm not saying like I had to do everything. Obviously there's a group of us that were doing it, but like the fact that like there was nobody else out there, there's not like Bob in accounting that was going to take care of the accounting stuff for you. Like we had to do everything. And both of those things coming together I found to be as engaging as the actual like game design portion of it, which I would not have known ahead of time.
Okay. Okay. Well, you put me. I didn't have anything that good.
You can read Benji's. Benji's is pretty good.
Oh, okay. A character. Ooh. Oh, wow. Let's see. So what we have, Benji has, what I took away was that players don't play a game. Players each write a fanfic of the game in their heads. They act parts of it out and workshop the fanfic they are writing. Okay. A character is best understood as the impact it has on other people's fanfics. Nothing, character or otherwise, exists if it isn't part of people's stories. A character is the impact it has. And the other thing he learned is that it is true of also true of real life. Yeah. I can't argue with any of that. But
deep philosophical moment.
Yeah, I know. I mean, all I was
9:30 your time.
Yeah, all I was gonna contribute was the biggest thing. I think the thing I learned is that when people want to enjoy themselves, it's really easy for them to do so. And it goes into suspension of disbelief. It goes into why people go to comedy clubs. If people are looking to have fun, it's not hard to let them have fun. You don't have to do a lot of work to let them have fun. And if they're not having fun, they will find a way to have fun, or they'll leave. And with our experiences, like, you know, we had lots of players who enjoyed playing our game. They avoided combat where they could because the combat was not fun. But they had so much fun being goofy and wacky and coming up with these interesting characters and playing them to the hilt. And we would have our community, you know, theater level props and costumes. I would even say less than community theater level, honestly. We had our high school theater level props and costumes, and people would have a blast with them. And I always stressed about the quality of the props and costumes, because it was like, oh, I want to get these as good looking as possible. I want to get these as good looking as possible. But and especially again because our game took place at DragonCon. You know, we didn't ask people to imagine themselves in a sylvan forest or, you know, the banks of the River Nile. You know, they were here at DragonCon in a hotel playing a game. The game took place at DragonCon in a hotel. So, because of that, we wanted these nice, good-looking props and these nice, good-looking costumes. And I would stress over the quality of them. And at the end of the day, after, you know, having, you know, one or two minor stress breakdowns and yelling matches with Joe, I would eventually go, F it. This is the best I can make it look. And everybody would love it. Everybody would just say, oh, that looks so cool. And I'm like, are you using the same pair of eyes I am? Because that looks like poop. You love it? Okay. Eventually, I learned to accept that if people are in the mood to have fun, they'll forgive a lot. There's no need to stress.
That is true.
I think that was
one thing we inherited in the Bronze Age. One thing we inherited from those that came before was a core group of players who expected that they were going to have fun. And you're right. I think, therefore, they almost always did, because that was the expectation they had going in. And so even if it was our first year where our plot was basically
spaghetti monster, yeah,
everybody had fun. And there were, of course, people that didn't, and blah, 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 but down to wondering.
I've been watching this whole time, wondering where they're going.
Started with 3. But yeah, we started out our first year was with a devoted group of people that loved the game, that expected to have fun, and would have had fun even if all we did was give them some paper balls to throw at each other. So yeah, the bar was, from that perspective, pretty low for us, and that's definitely something I'm thankful for. But I mean, of course, coming from the people who are playing the game, that's why we bought it, because we knew that it was a great product that had been treated well, and that was we were going to be successful with, unless we just were complete idiots, which we avoided.
I think so.
By the skin of our teeth.
I think so. I think a little bit more than the skin of our teeth.
Yes. Well, maybe not that first.
I think by the tips of our fingers.
Yes. But yeah, you're right. It's easy to stress. But I mean, on the other hand, to disagree with you slightly, I feel like that stressing about putting out something that's good is in part why people liked it. Like if they thought you didn't give a crap, like if our players thought you didn't give a crap about the props, they wouldn't have liked the props. And it probably doesn't matter how good they actually looked. If they could tell you were phoning it in, I feel like that would have communicated to the players. And it would have been like,
I think you're right about that. And that's the thing. Like, I never didn't give a crap about the props. I always tried to do the best I could with what I had available to me, budgetary, tools-wise, material-wise. But yeah, I did eventually learn to not stress so much if it wasn't perfect. I learned to get to the point where, all right, what the time I have, the money I have, the materials I have available to me, I think I can get this. Let's see if I can get this, and if I get even half of that, I'll be happy. But let's see if I can get to this. It won't be perfect, but it'll be the best I can do. I learned to not chase perfection as much. Not so much perfection, like perfect perfection, true perfection, but the closest I could get. And sometimes it's the challenge is sometimes figuring out, okay, what is the best I can get? Because sometimes you think you can do better, but you really can't. Just situation will not allow you to do better than what you can get to, and you'll still hate yourself for not getting to that perfect, even that perceived perfect. But then, you just have to take a breath and go, all right, well, I did what I could.
Well, you said that yours wasn't half as good. I would actually say the degree to which the thing you're saying you learned is better than Benji's or I, because if we'd all collectively learned that thing, we still might be doing something like DarkCon. Right? The yin and yang I was describing of having to spend 4 intensive months of building this game and constantly pushing ourselves to make brand new mini games every single time. That in part, like there was a lot of effort behind it. There's a lot of effort behind it because we decided we wanted there to be a lot of effort behind it.
Yeah.
I know this was like, I'm not going to throw anybody in particular under the bus, but there were other people who sometimes said, hey, Joe, we don't have to do it this way. We could do something a little bit simpler. So some of that was definitely me, and I did not learn the lesson that you're talking about right now. Definitely not while we were doing DarkCon. So that is, I think, an important lesson.
Well, yeah.
To have.
Chase perfection, but be quite prepared not to achieve it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess putting things in perspective, right? The thing that you create is better because you created it than the thing you didn't create because you couldn't make it perfect.
Yeah. Fair enough, yeah. And that's something that has come up recently because I've started doing my own game design and designing my own card games. And in the past, it would be like, I'm not going to touch this until I can get it perfect. But now it's like, just prototype it. Let's get a prototype so I can go ahead and start testing it now. I don't care if it doesn't look good. It's out. It's ready to be played. And so I can get the feedback.
Yep. I mean, it's a delicate line if you put out something that doesn't look good enough. Like that's like, I'm not going to talk you out of it. Yes, that's the lesson. Old Joe is about to speak.
No, the point is you try and get it as good as you can. You get it as good as you can, but you don't stop just because you can't get it perfect.
Yes, and as good as you can within a reasonable period of time.
Fair enough. Yeah. If you
don't kill yourself trying to do 12 months worth of work in 4 months.
Yeah.
Because that's not sustainable.
No. Oh. Now I have mega game thoughts running through my head, and how I would. I need to send you. I don't know if I did. Did I send you the Watch the Skies materials?
Yes.
I can't remember if I did.
I have the webpage pulled up right now. While I'm pretending to listen to you, I'm reading it.
Oh no! I mean, these are actual. I actually paid for the material so I could run Watch the Skies if I ever had the time and volunteers and all that stuff. So,
how many people would you need to play it?
I think you can play it with as few as 12. I'd have to look it back up. I think you can. I think the game is. All right. I am going to Joe vamp for a little bit while I look up my materials. You vamp. You entertain the peoples.
Give me a prompt.
OGL. Since I'd said I wanted to talk about it, and we have about 10 minutes left.
Oh, jeez, John.
Well, here's what I
don't remember anything about OGL. So because you posted that, I went and reread the history of OGL and the thing that they tried to put out for a while after OGL, the OGL 1.1 and 1.2 being the thing that's possibly coming out sometime soon. Am I on mute? Did I lose you?
No, I see you're speaking. Are you hearing me?
My headphones might have just cut out for a second.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was looking. Actually, what it was is I was looking at the other video, the one that has the 45-second delay. You're going,
There's your mistake. There's your mistake.
Okay, so OGL is actually, as it turns out, is pretty important point also in my sort of gaming history. I mentioned that running a game is something I've always wanted to do. Not running a game, making games is something I've always wanted to do, and that. My first brush with that was actually when 3rd edition came out and they released that with OGL, where third-party providers like potentially me could produce content and sell and market it ourselves based on top of the role-playing game format rules that was D&D 3rd edition. Prior to that, that was not an option. You couldn't use. It's a great place you've got me frozen there, John.
I forgot that. Okay, it's moving. It just it moves it whenever at random. Apparently, if I leave the video call. Okay, apparently. Okay, so I finally found my answer. Watch the Skies can be played with a maximum of 40 players, a minimum of 29, run by a team of 5 control refs. So there you go.
29 is a bit difficult to pull off outside of a convention type setting.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, OGL, important. I did a thing briefly when I was in college that some of the other friends I was doing it with took it much further after I wasn't able to participate as much because I was doing DarkCon instead. But yeah, I think that's. I mentioned briefly my earlier soapbox tools, right?
Yeah.
I think this plays directly into that kind of conversation. There is definitely a market, a need for having foundational game components be available for people to build on top of. And I think the sorts of things that you see, the amount of unbridled creativity. Oh, I don't have it. I was going to show you a thing. Have you heard of Mothership?
Yes.
Because Mothership's open source, there's a whole bunch of people doing lots of really cool stuff with Mothership. And the other thing that's sort of juxtaposition with that right now that I'm interested in is single-player role-playing games. Have you seen any of these?
Single-player tabletop role-playing games?
Tabletop's a bit of a stretch. A popular format would be a journaling exercise.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
Or books. There's a lot of books out there that are kind of you might think of them as being they're more complicated than Choose Your Own Adventure because you're going to have a character. Your
You have
character
a
has
character
stats,
sheet,
there's
right? I've
state
seen
mechanics.
those, yeah.
But based on like how you mechanically move through a section, you're going to go read another section.
I think the one that I see a lot on Facebook now is like a RPG calendar. Like every day is a new part of the quest.
Yeah. So I just kickstarted a mothership-based single-player role-playing game where you are a lamplighter on this planet that has an underwater base. And one person's dropped off for a cycle. It is their responsibility to move from one part of the base to the other part of the base, turning on all the lights and making sure the power's flowing. They make it to the other side, they get picked up and leave. And then somebody else gets dropped in. And like that is all they're doing is just doing a maintenance run through this underwater base. And so your experience of playing the game is sitting down and going from spot to spot and recording. It's a little bit of a journaling exercise, recording what happens to you at each spot. And there's mechanics to play through each bit. Randomness through dice rolls, a character that you're going to be playing. But it uses the mothership role-playing system. And this guy's produced this single-player thing that you can do using those game rules. I haven't done it yet. It looks really cool. It just arrived. It looks spectacular, so it's going to ship cheap. It's not here.
Oh, okay.
And it's that's it. Like that's the kinds of things I think that you can create when you're not spending all of your time building the foundational stuff.
Right.
Is I think amazing. And like as a genre, whatever kind of game you want to talk about, gaming in general, video games, board games, etc. Like if we can standardize on a foundational piece or a couple of different foundational pieces and make those open source and let people use them to build on top of, like as a all of us will benefit because you can create such interesting stuff the more people that are involved if they're not investing all of their time and effort in building the foundation.
If you're not having to rebuild the wheel every time, you can build upon it and start building a car.
Exactly. So yeah, I think OGL, those sort of licensing models probably always work better when it's a third-party group that is therefore not tempted to occasionally try to protect their own revenue stream that is the ones putting out the license agreements. So we need something that's not Wizards of the Coast creating OGL. And I know there's the open gaming, what's it called? There's one that is actually a consortium of uninterested parties. It's not the right way to put it. There is a different kind of open gaming license that exists that you can publish things under.
Well, I think Paizo is planning to release their own open source license that is going to be run by a non-profit that they're setting up.
Right. And that's how I think it probably needs to work, because otherwise the corporation is always going to be tempted to muck with it to try to protect their bottom line.
At some point, form or fashion, yeah. Which, that's what I found amusing, because I can remember ORC. Thank you, Nick. Because I can remember back in the 90s, before the OGL even showed up, and it was, we didn't see less RPGs. We saw systems upon systems upon systems, and supplements upon supplements. They just didn't use the D&D branding. They would just say, for your favorite fantasy role-playing game, and the language in it would be a lot more generic. But we all knew it was a D&D supplement.
Right. Well, and I think the OGL stuff was arguably, not universally, not completely, the content still matters, but I think starting from that sort of solid base where you're not having to sort of abstract it and get around copyright laws and say, hey, I'm doing this for D&D, gave the developers much more freedom. And from us, one of the reasons we were excited to do something in that system was because we felt like we could tap immediately into the people who are excited to play that game. Right. We could market it with the OGL symbol on it, and everybody knows that they could obviously play what we're putting out within their own D&D campaign, versus trying to do a hit nod towards that being true. So yeah, I think conceptually, the concept behind it is a very important thing that we should all be behind. The reality, of course, of OGL in particular is a lot more challenging.
But I could definitely remember when the OGL first came out, and everybody was working to make an OGL edition of their game. Everybody. Aside from...
Me included.
So what?
Me included.
Yeah. But, I mean, I think the only major games that were already in existence, I think, that didn't, I could think of, and I could be completely wrong on this. I mean, but like Steve Jackson's GURPS, I don't think there was an OGL GURPS.
No. I don't remember what the copyright licensing issues were around, or lack of issues were around GURPS. I
mean, GURPS is GURPS. They've got their basic rules they've released, which isn't so much an OGL or an open license of anything. It's just, here's the basic mechanics so you can learn them easier. But nothing about making your... I honestly haven't looked into their content creation policy and whether they have an open license or not. I do not know.
Haven't either.
I think...
The general feeling is you're correct that it is relatively open licensed. But yeah, I feel like that might not be true, because I feel like I'd see more... We would have seen more third-party GURPS content.
Yeah. So I don't know. I can't think of any others off the top of my head. I mean, there were other systems, but I think that's the thing. With the advent of the OGL, all the smaller settings and systems all kind of just went to OGL. Because that's where everybody else is going. If D&D went there, that's where they wanted to go. They're like the players. And if all the players...
D&D.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. It's like... Okay. Because they opened it up so that now, anybody could get access to the D&D players, and all they had to do now is sell them on the setting and maybe their own unique mechanics, as opposed to having to teach them their own unique setting, their own system, then yeah, it was a lot easier. And again, because somebody else had already, built the foundation, it was easier for them to get product out.
Yeah, I think that's the argument for open licenses for content producers. Is obviously it seems counterintuitive to make it easier for your competitors to do things, but the stronger the fan base is behind any particular thing, the more you're going to sell your thing too, as long as you're putting out a quality product, of course.
Yeah.
So by making D&D open source, they were able to have more people doing content on that platform, making the platform that much more popular, making the things they were producing on that platform themselves sell more.
Yeah.
And the sense, 1.1, and even like, I actually hadn't been following this news at all, but like in 2022, they're back to potentially trying to put revenue caps and have people pay them if they make X amount of money on their own OGL 1.1 product, and all this legal infighting about whether or not you can make OGL 1 no longer a thing that people can use. And so there's that. The lesson for content producers is, so those people out there listening, when you make your $1 million game, open source it so that when you sell your next game, it is on a more popular product than your game was in the first place. And because you're helping everybody out by making everyone capable of making better games.
And plus, the inherent benefit of that OpenGL, that open license, is that anyone else who creates under it, they can come up with an idea you never thought of. But then you look at it and you suddenly go, that would be great for mine. And as long as it's not, the IP type of content, the creative stuff, as long as like new mechanics, hey, I can steal those from mine. Not steal. It's not stealing it that way. It's an open license. It's, hey, I can take inspiration and use that and incorporate it into mine. You have improved. You, my competitor, have improved my product.
Yeah.
By doing the work.
I know that this is obviously complicated in other spaces. Lots of spaces fight with the copyright, no copyright, what's good for creators, what's not good for creators. But I think when we can align things such that innovation, especially like platform type innovation, is something that everyone can use, you just elevate everyone's ability to make better games. And the better games that people are making, the more people are interested in playing games, the bigger the market, the bigger the pie to go around.
Well, that always
whereas protectionism just seems to limit the size of the pie.
The thing that always comes to my mind is, say, Skyrim. Skyrim keeps being re-released every, 3 years now? Because it's got the player base. Because of the open modding. There is no reason I'm actually probably going to go back and play Skyrim again in another month or two. It's been a while since I've played it, and I've been feeling that itch to Fusro DOS some guards off a cliff. And
I'm pretty sure when I get my new VR headset for my PlayStation, I'm going to go back and play Skyrim VR.
I tried when I got my Oculus. I nearly threw up after 20 seconds. So I immediately refunded it, and I'm going to wait until I have my VR legs a little bit more steady before I try again.
It is a challenging experience.
It is a challenging experience. I'm just going to stick with keep talking and nobody explodes, and my super hot, and my Beat Saber. I'll stick with those that don't require me to actually move, like walk in game.
I did find it really oddly fulfilling though to sort of glide across the ground. In Skyrim VR, I was like, I've flown.
Oh, see, I didn't do that. I couldn't do that. I had to turn on the head bobbing, and that was part of it. I don't doubt, but I could not just glide. I tried that too, and
But leaning around a corner to shoot somebody with an arrow, so much fun.
I have no doubt. I
So
have no
much
doubt.
fun.
I have no doubt.
It also a game changer from a mechanical perspective, the way that you play the game, dramatically different when you can just sort of lean forward, look around, lean back.
Have you played Super Hot?
No.
It's good.
I need to.
It is John Wick Simulator. I mean, I'm not kidding. I played it the first time I played it. I got done. I was like, I feel like John Wick. It was so much fun, and I didn't have to walk around or anything. But I had to duck in, and it was fun. But anyway, going back to the point, that's the thing. It was Skyrim had open modding pretty much. They not only did they not really care what you modded, but they even provided you the tools to do it. And that scene blew up, that game blew, and it's been that way for a while. And then they kind of tried to do the paid mods, and that didn't help. And then they did the Creation Club, which was just paid mods with a little bit of exclusivity to it. And that has done meh.
Yep. Whereas, let's say they released the Skyrim platform, which is maybe not the whole game there, but it's all of the modding tools that exist with the backdrop of being able to put together a thing. People use that to make standalone games.
They already are. I mean, not standalone, standalone.
But still, I can't go to Steam and download their
No.
game. I can go download Skyrim and download their
mod. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And then you make another Skyrim that sells more because there's like a bunch more people that are excited to play these kinds of games.
Yeah.
Maybe not a good analogy.
That's not fair. And I'm trying to think. There are games that do this. There's RPG Maker, which was a game series that lets you make your own JRPG, and that's it had a small like sample game RPG in it, but the whole point was it was a game creation engine.
Yeah, and I am somewhat surprised that those aren't doing better given the more recent rise in popularity of those games. Like when RPG Maker came out, I feel like where we were at with video game RPGs was well beyond sort of the 2D side scroll things that you could do in RPG Maker. And everybody was like, yeah, I played these in the 80s. Why would I want to make one now? But on mobile games, like that sort of JRPG thing is seeing a current renaissance.
Yeah.
And I haven't played around with RPG Maker to see if you could actually use it to make a mobile game, but
I want to say
you should. Product idea.
I want to say that product exists. It might not be RPG Maker, but I do believe that there is a software tool set that allows you to make mobile RPGs drag and drop style. I might be crazy. That might not exist, but I swear to God, I can't remember names or anything like that. But I swear to God, I think that exists out there somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, this leg of the conversation starts to dovetail into gaming engines, of which Unreal, of course, is a prime example of what we're talking about. It is open source. There are lots of very good games out there written on Unreal.
But they also have the thing, and I think this is maybe what Hasbro took the idea from, is where, if you're a free, user, yeah, you can use our engine for free and not have to pay us a penny. But if you make a certain amount, we expect royalties, or we expect, to license the engine from us.
I don't know if that is currently true.
I think you can build in Unity, or not Unity, but Unreal. Actually, I think Unity does it as well. Actually, I think they both do. If you're a small, individual, or a small like company, or educational organization, you can use it for free. But if you make a certain amount, if you sell it as a commercial product and make a certain amount, you have to pay for a license.
Yes. If you make more than 1 million USD, you owe them 5% royalty after the first million.
Oh, wow. See, and that's the thing. I look at that and I go, oh, well, that's... And then you see what Hasbro is trying to do with OGL, and it's like, you make over $700,000 and you have to pay us 25% of that $7,000.
Yeah, so I mean, if you market 700,000, and I would still argue, like, maybe that's a way to sort of hedge your bets on this. Like, if you make it to where people don't feel like there's a huge risk to using your platform, you're going to have better adoption.
Yeah.
I think people read, like, after I make my first million, I have to pay you 5%. Well, that's not too bad because I've made my first million.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've got that million in the bag, and it's, I pay my recuperation costs. So now I have to pay you. Let's say I only get $1,050,000. I'm only paying 5% of that 50,000.
Right.
But yeah, if you the way that. Now, of course, I understand that Hasbro has kind of taken that back, and they've reworded a lot of it. They've taken the royalty language out of this new version. But yeah, that 25% of 700,000, you're basically saying, don't make money off this.
Right. I think you have to, if you're going to try to do a revenue sharing version, and I would still personally say that the industry would be better off if we had more completely open ones where that was not part of it. But if you are, I think you have to structure it in a way that you're encouraging people to try to make really good games that are going to sell well. So
I mean, that's
you've got to be at a certain level of, maybe we're gonna take money off the top 2%. The other 98% of you can use it for free.
And I think that's what they said they were trying to do, but I think that was one thing. But then there was also the language of of getting to license your content, like a forever irrevocable free to use license to your content, that they could, anything you did they could take regardless. And that scared a lot of people into thinking that they're going to steal my stuff. And it's like, I mean, again, mechanics, yeah, they can already do that with mechanics. But yeah, if I make a new race, I don't want them to suddenly show up in D&D without some sort of, even if nothing else, attribution. I don't think I saw any language in there about attribution. They could just take it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I imagine it's hard. It's one of those things. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah. So I mean, what I'm explicitly, I guess, arguing for is the more that we make open, the more that other people can use. Like literally, John, you can make something. I could use it. You're not getting anything from me for that. I can take your stuff.
Except that,
and we're both better off because you can then make something.
The market is
leverages my
right. Yeah. We're both increasing the market.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, and
that's hard. Like, I mean, we're simultaneously, but I feel like the people that were arguing against OGL 1.1. They were simultaneously on both sides of that argument saying, how dare you ask me to give you something for the thing of yours that I'm using? And also, don't you dare use my thing without giving me something.
Yeah.
And there's a big guy, little guy thing here going on. And you really should expect the big guy to get less from the small people and the small people to have to give less to the big person. That's definitely there. And by big and little here, I mean, market share and profits. But,
right. Yeah.
And that there's a degree to which that feels fair if the power flows that way. But specifically, if they're saying once you no longer are a tiny producer and you're a big person in this field, that's when it does equalize. There's a degree to which that also seems fair if you do it right.
Yeah. I think a lot of it was, just from cursory glance, following it, I think the big thing was some people at Hasbro decided they wanted to capitalize on the Dungeons & Dragons brand more than had been, and they came out with this new policy, this new license, without really any real understanding of what had come before, because these were lawyers working for Hasbro and not Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah.
It definitely had the feel of this came from Hasbro, not WotC.
Yeah. Well, and there's the whole we think this reads this way, where we can, revoke, delegitimize the older versions of OGL, despite the fact that it said that you can't. And the original architect of it, saying, no, I said on multiple occasions, this license cannot be revoked. That was the intent.
Well,
if they found something in language where it says that, then they're just looking for something, because we 100% always intended this not to be revocable.
And even if it somehow was revocable, it's the product's already, if a product's already been released under that license, it's not like they can take that license away from that product. That product's out there.
That's what they're trying to do.
The contract requires both parties to agree to it to change the contract.
I'm not a
typically,
lawyer.
Yeah. I mean, that's my understanding. Granted, I'm not a lawyer either, so.
can't argue that piece of it, but I will agree with you entirely that it does feel like they were trying to. I mean, not trying to. They were somewhat explicitly going back on things that they as an organization had said previously, even if the particular people who said it are no longer with the organization.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah. So I'm curious. I mean, that's one of the things. Like, I kind of. This is the kind of thing I've been kind of back of my mind waiting for ever since Hasbro bought Wizards of the Coast. It's like, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. The corporate quest for more money without the perfect knowledge of what Wizards of the Coast does. Because I mean, that's Hasbro's job. Hasbro has a duty to make as much money as it can for its shareholders. So can't fault them for doing that. They might have could have taken a little bit more time to figure out exactly how how WotC worked.
Well, 20 minutes over our slotted time is probably not the right time to go into a
fair enough
impassioned defense and argument against capitalism. But I will say that your obligation to shareholders is to make as much profit as you can over the long haul.
Over the long haul.
Specifically arguing that they can make more money by making it more open than by making it restrictive and trying to go back on their word.
I won't argue that.
Disagree that they're acting in the best interest of their shareholders.
Oh, I'm not arguing that. They might think they are. That's the thing.
Right. Yeah, well, they're wrong. With that note...
Again, I think that comes into not understanding what they're dealing with. Anyway.
Usually a lack of understanding.
So we've been at this for a while. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Did you enjoy yourself, Joe?
I did.
I'm glad you've been here with me. I'm glad
we managed to actually talk about some things we never talked about before.
Yeah, and honestly, I think there's more we could talk about. I hope you will join me again. I hope we can set up another date and we can do this again sometime in the next month or two. I'm going to try. I see Nick and Benji. If one of them two are still here, I would like to talk to one of them or two of them or both of them as well. So, gentlemen, expect emails or Facebook messengers. I had hoped that we could have more people so I could get some like a poll as to what I should do next. But I'm going to have to work on that on my own, apparently. The girls really want to play Minecraft.
And this is the only platform you have for that kind of feedback.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. Anyway, so what else was I going to say? Don't forget, I will be editing this down into little snippets and posting them over the next few weeks. So, I mean, the full replay of this will be available almost as soon as we stop streaming. As soon as I hit stop, it'll I think take a few moments to process and then show up on my YouTube channel for watch on demand. But I am also recording it at the same time we're doing this, and I will take it into I think I'm using Vegas Pro now, and I will cut it into little snippets and host it over the next few weeks. Have you gone mute, Joe? Have you muted yourself? No, there you are.
No, I just saw Benji's last comment.
Yes, and we will continue to be for the rest of our lives.
We loathe you as well.
We loathe you so much. I loathe you this much. Anyway, so I hope you can join me again, because we didn't talk about a good half of the things I specifically wanted to talk about, like our early, like specifically gaming in the 90s. And I think there's certainly a lot more we could talk about running DarkCon and specific experiences and specific lessons. We kind of hit the big ones.
We didn't hit Bureau 13 at all.
We didn't hit Bureau 13 because I mean, my first donator, Bruce Sheffer, who was the man who got me into Bureau 13, and as I say, we got to talk about Bureau 13 now, and we've only mentioned it. We haven't actually talked about it. I even posted on the Bureau 13 Facebook group about it, and now we have Bureau 13, fun paranormal game that, it led us to. I would say indirectly led us to playing DarkCon, and then later taking over DarkCon.
Yeah.
We will have to talk about that later. But then again, I co-host a podcast where we talk about it very frequently. So it's one of those things where it's like I'm already I talk about it a lot already. I have someone new here that.
But I don't talk about it.
No, and that's why I more than want to bring you on so you can talk about it some more. I will bring you back on. Just give me a date. Give me a month. Not next week. I've got stuff to do. I think I'm booked up until mid. I don't know. Anyway, so but yeah,
it took us about 30 minutes to get rolling. It's going to take you an hour to wrap it up.
No, I'm wrapping it up now because of what I'm going to say. I'm going to say the last thing I want to say is that if you are watching this in replay or as an edited snippet, please. In the description for this will be the link to my Extra Life campaign page. Please, I humbly ask you to donate what you can. All proceeds go to, from my campaign, go to Children's of Alabama. But if you want to donate to your own local Children's Miracle Network hospital, you can go from that page and find another Extra Life fundraiser for your local area. So don't feel like you just have to donate to Alabama. I hope you will donate to Alabama. Actually, I hope you would donate to all of them, but I don't know if you have enough money to do that. So pick one you like. And if we have entertained you, if we have educated you, or just kept you from being bored for 5 minutes,
or pissed you off for that matter,
or pissed you off for 4 hours, that sounds like what you do to me all the time. You can follow the link and also this QR code right here. It's on the screen here. That QR code also leads to my fundraiser page. There we go. That QR code leads to it. Send some money. Thank you. Joe, I've had fun. I don't talk to you nearly as much as I would like to. So I think I'm going to have to drag you on again just so I can talk to you more. And talk about the time that you and Nick sat up in a Atlanta hotel room with you crying over whether you should shave your head or not.
Was I drunk? I don't remember that one.
You probably were. You probably were, but I think it was you were indecisive. You were scared you were going to like wreck your job opportunities or something.
Worked out okay.
I say so. I said so the minute after you did it.
You should try it, John.
No. See, this is like the one vanity I have. I have no other thing I appreciate about my body except my hair, so I am going to keep it. My hair is my life.
Apparently Nick remembers that. So when you have Nick on, you guys should tell that story. So I'll have nothing to add.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to send Nick a message at some point, and we'll set up a date where me and him can do this very same thing again, and we can get his side of the story of your shaved head, and his experiences running DarkCon and the lessons he learned, and maybe we'll
have much more interesting things than I had to say about OGL.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, we can actually talk about OGL and gaming in the 90s. Gaming in the 90s. Okay, I'm done. Thank you, Joe. Have a good night. Thanks for coming on and doing this with me. I will talk at you sometime later.
Thank you.
Send your well wishes to your family and your wife.
Of course. It was fun. We'll see you later. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. I'm gonna